we'll create a const variable for the buttons first and foremost, and we'll call that variable buttons. And how do we get the buttons in this variable? We get them by referencing the class name that we gave to all the buttons in our HTML. And that is done by accessing the document, the DOM, through the document.querySelector all, because we have CSS selectors for the buttons, and those buttons, CSS selectors, are in multiples. We have several buttons in the HTML, and they all have the same class name. That's why we are using querySelector all. So with this, we'll now go and pick the buttons class we gave to the buttons, and this name is JS buttons. We can copy it from here and paste it over here. And with this, we have picked all the buttons in our HTML. Then next, we pick the input value fields. Let's call this as input value. Input value. Then in the same way, we'll go to the document and we pick, we'll use our query selector. And here, we are going to pick the class we gave to the input value. Up here, we gave it a class of JS display. JS display. We can now copy this class here, come over here and paste it down here. With this, we have picked the input value fields. Lastly, we now pick the expression value fields. And let's call this expression. We'll go the same route. We'll say document.querySelector. Then we add the class we gave to the expression value fields. Yeah, this is the JS expression class. We can now copy this, come down here and paste it over here as well. So with these three, we have successfully picked the expression value fields, the input value fields, and all buttons. Then the next thing we want to do is to tell the computer that we want to click whenever a button is clicked. Here, whenever each of these buttons are clicked, we want the value that is clicked to appear up here and also to appear up here in the two input value fields, in the expression fields and also the input value fields. We want anytime any button is clicked, that button should appear here and as well appear here. How do we do that? We use a method called the for each method. So we will now say buttons dot for each parenthesis. So with this, we can now add a program here or a function here telling the JavaScript what we want to be done when each of these buttons are clicked. So we now put a function here, we pass a function here and give it a parameter of button, then open our curly braces. In between these curly braces, we can now say if individual button is clicked, which is button.add event listener. We are going to add an event listener, and the event we want is a click event. Then when a click event is detected, that's when a button is clicked, we want a function also to be triggered. Then let's call this function display value. Display value. So for the rest of this program, what we're going to be doing is to write the program for this display value, to write the codes for this display value function. Before we proceed with writing the display value function, we want to first and foremost assign a 0 to the expression fields and also the input value fields, so that whenever this calculator app is opened, we'll see a default 0 in both the input value and the expression value, like we have it in the finished calculator app here. How do we do this? We come to the program down here, just below the variables that we created, and then we say expression.value is 0. So we've assigned a 0 to the expression fields. Then the input value field, we also say input value.value is 0. So if we set this with this, we have assigned a 0, a default 0 to both the input value field and the arithmetic expression value fields, as we can see it here. So right now we can proceed with starting the display value function. Then we have to start a function, then we call it display value. Then we add our E, which represents the click event, that whenever it is triggered, this click event will be targeted or will be picked by the function whenever it is triggered with this E here. So the first thing we want to do is to ensure that every button clicked is appearing up here or is adding to whatever we have in the input value field and also the expression value field. How do we do this? We say expression dot value equals expression dot value plus e dot target dot text content. Then also input value dot value equals input value dot value plus e dot target dot text content. Let's save this. So what we have told the program to do here is expression dot value is what we currently have here, which is 0. We are now assigning expression dot value, which is the same 0 we have, plus e dot target dot text content. This is the text content of the target area where the click event happened. So what we have in the expression as a current value will be added to whatever is the content of the button that is clicked. It's going to happen both in the expression value fields and also in the input value fields. Let us save and see if this is working as it's supposed to work. So right here we have our 0. Whatever button we click here will be added to what we have here. So if we click a 1, it adds to what, okay, it's not working. Let's go back and see if there's a typographical error or a spelling error somewhere. Okay, here we have double S. Instead of double S, we used one S. Okay, now let's go back and refresh. Then here, whenever we have, whatever we have here will be added to the content of whatever we click. That's it. So this updates the expression value as well, and also updates the input value as well. So when we click a 2, it adds to what we have there now, which updates it as well. So anytime we click a button, it updates what we have in expression value variable to what we now have in this value up here by adding what is the value of what is clicked to already what is existing in the input value. So with this, I think we are good to go. We can now proceed to the next step in the program. To make our code shorter, we don't need to write this input value.value, expression value.value twice. So we can clear this off and also clear this off and just add a plus sign here and a plus sign here. If we save this, we discover that the same thing is still what is happening in our app. Okay, if we come here and we refresh and we still do this, click any button here, you say the same effect is still happening. So instead of writing this over and over, we'll continue to use this, shorthand way of doing this in this program. So the next thing we need to do now is to attach 1,000 separators to the numbers that are clicked. How do we do that? We only want to update the input value by 1,000 separator and leave the expression value the way it is. So for us to do this, we have to update the input value further by saying input value.value. Then we say pass float, input value.value, dot to local string. Let's save. So with this, we have updated this input value.value to add 1,000 separator whenever a 1,000 number is reached. So let's update and see, let's check and see what we've done. So we have 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Now you see 1000 separator has been added, and notice that the first 0 here disappeared here. Why? Because we passed float on this number. We did a pass float on this number. What pass float does is to update whatever we have into a number. By default, the input value and the expression value are strings or text. They are not numbers. So pass float changes the input value from text or from strings into a number. And numbers don't start from 0, they start from 1, except it's a decimal number. That's why pass float automatically changes that 0, 1 to 1. It starts from 1 and removes the 0. So now you can see 1000 separator is added whenever we get to a number that is above 1000. Now this 1000 separator added here is going to update this number. Whenever we try to click another number, we'll see what will happen. If we click a 3, you see it erases what we have and changes it to a 1. The reason is because the comma there is not a number. Okay, let me refresh and explain further. Now what we did before was 1, 2, 3, 4. So at this stage, we have updated the input value to this. Now, this comma is not a 1. So when we click another number, what happens is from here down to the end of the number is ignored and only the 1 is picked. So if we click a 3, you see that 1 updates. So pass float of that number that was there before updates just to 1. By clicking the number, any other number again, it updates it to 1. So what do we do to correct this? So that whenever we have a number that is already updated by the 1000 separator, we can continue updating other numbers without it updating just the first number. Okay, let's say for instance we have 5, 6, 7, 8. Here we have a comma after 5. So every other number from this comma down to the end is ignored. Only the 5 is seen in the pass float. So when we click maybe an 8, we have a 5 here because it's just that 5 that is summarized, or that is summarily the result of the pass float of that initial number that had the comma separator. So we need to solve that. How do we do that? We go back to our program. Then what we need to do is, before we update the input value, we need to remove the commas first and foremost. So we need to remove the commas so that the commas will not be there. Then at the same time we are removing the commas, we are updating it again into local string. So we now say dot replace. What are we replacing? We are replacing the commas, all the commas. This G stands for all the commas in the input value to an empty string. So with this, if we save this and we go back up here, you see what happens. Let's refresh. Now we have 1, 2, 3, 4. It updates. 5, 6, 7, 8. It updates. So now we are now updating automatically what we have. Don't worry about the 0. We are going to deal with that. We are going to deal with that as we go on in the program. So now let's proceed to the next stage in our program. The next thing now is that we don't want a number to be added if we have a default 0 in our program. What I mean is, here, for instance, if we refresh this, we already have a 0 here and a 0 here. So whenever we click a number, we don't want it to be added to a 0. So we don't want it to be added to a 0. What we want to do whenever a 0 is in our expression value and our input value is that we want that 0 to be updated, not for another number to be added to the front of it, because there's no number that starts with 0 except it's a decimal number. So like we have it in the finite calculator here. You see, if we click a 1 here, it updates this and updates this. It doesn't add to it. So we are going to do the same thing over here. So how do we do that? What we need to do is to tell our program that if we have a default 0, or if expression dot value is equal to 0 and input value dot value is equal to 0, 0, what we want is we want expression.value and input value.value. Let's copy this and paste it here. We don't want them to add to what is existing, rather we want it to update. So we'll remove the plus sign and then just update it. Don't add to it, update it. That's what we just did. Else, then this other part of the code can run. If it's not so, if that's not the case, then run this other part. So what we just did is now, if we have a default 0 in the input value, and also we have a default 0 in the expression value, just update what we have in them. Don't add to it, just update it. That's what we just did now. So let's look at it. Now we have, okay, we need to add another curly braces here so that it can close the initial one that we added up here. So let's save and see what we have. So if we refresh, if we click a 1, okay, it's not working. I think there is a typo error somewhere. Okay, this ought to be a text, not a number. If input value.value equals to 0 and expression value equals to 0, because it's not a number, it's a text. So now it's gonna work. Let's save and see. So let's refresh and click a 1. Now you see, whenever we click any other number, it doesn't add to that, but updates it. When it's a 0, if we click, it updates it. But when it's not a 0, when we click any other number, it adds to it. It doesn't update, it adds. So that's it for that. We're now going to move to the next stage in our program. So now we want to write the code on what we want to happen when we click an operation number after a number. What I mean is, for instance, we could have a 25 and we click a minus and we click another number. As you can see from our program so far, what we did is to be adding every number and passing float of every number inside the input value. But when an operations number is the last value appearing in the expression value, we don't want the next number to be added. Rather, we want what is in the value here to be updated to the next number and then added to the one up here. So how do we get that achieved? What we need to do now is we're going to go to our program again and we add another condition above what we already have by writing an if statement and then updating this one to an else if. And else if. So here, what we need to do here now is to ensure, let's just make a cleaner, have a cleaner code here before we proceed. Okay, next we are going to write the code we want inside the condition we want here and then the code inside here. So what's the condition we are looking up for now? We are looking for a condition where we have an expression that is in this format, for instance, in this format. If we have this kind of arrangement or expression in our expression value fields, the next thing we want to happen is any other number that is clicked updates what we have here and adds that number up here. So now we are going to use JavaScript regular expression. What this means is that we're going to write an expression that looks exactly like what we have in expression value fields here using JavaScript regular expression. So now this is how we get this done. We are going to say What we have just done now is to say, if we have a regular expression in this arrangement, this regular expression means a digit followed by any of these arithmetic operation signs, plus, minus, a times, a minus, or a division, and at the same time we have a click event that the text content on the bottom is a number or a digit. To reiterate, let's look at it here. We have a digit or digits followed by any operation sign, let's say a times, and then the next button click, the content of the next button clicked is a digit. It's a digit. So we did not have anything in the code. That's the reason why when we click a digit here, a number that has a digit, nothing happens. Why? Because we did not assign, or we didn't write any code that we want to happen when that condition is met. So that condition is exactly what we have here. So we want a situation where when we click any of this number, it updates what we have here, but adds that number to the expression value. So let's do that immediately. So right now we are going to copy what we have here and paste it back up here. But this time we only want to concatenate or add the value we are clicking next to what we have in the expression value. Then the input value should be updated. It can remain this way. We are not adding, but we are updating on the next click. So let's save this and then see what we have. If we refresh and we say 1, 2, 3 plus, that condition has been met. Then when we click any other number, so that's exactly what we want to happen. Next, we want to replace the arithmetic operation sign when we change it from what we have here. If we have 1, 2, 3 plus, for instance, and we click a minus, it changes it. We click a times, we click a divide. So we need to add the same operation here as well. So how do we do this? We come down here and create another condition up here. We say if since there's another condition up here, this automatically turns to an else if. Then the condition we want to be met here is exactly this condition here, this regular expression here. We can copy this, then paste it up here. Then if this regular expression is there and the button we clicked is either a plus, a minus, a times, or a divide, how do we do that? Equals to a plus or equals to a minus or either target the text content equals to a multiplication or equals to a divide. Okay, what we want to happen here is we want our expression.value to be reassigned to what we have in the input value.value field And of course, to replace the comma, the global comma, with an empty string, if it's a 1000 separator, then plus e.target.text content. So let's save and see. So now if we have a 1, 2, 3, I will click a plus, I will click a minus, it replaces it, I will click a multiplication, I will click a division. That does that. Then if we click a value, then you see we need to update also to the point where we can continue concatenating after we must have replaced the next value after the sign. How do we do this? We'll come back to our code and create a new if statement. And then of course, this automatically turns to an else if. Sorry, this should be a curly braces. Then we copy the same conditions here. And paste here. But this time we are going to update this regular expression and add another digit after the sign. So what it means is if you have a digit, any of the arithmetic operation sign another digit, and then the either target is not a plus, or it's not a minus, or it's not a times, or it's not a division. Then we want exactly what happens at the beginning of this code here to happen also there. So this is just all we want to happen. And then if we save and check, we'll see that the code has been updated accordingly. So we'll have 1, 2, 3 divided by 6, it updates, then 5, it adds. So from here, we move to the next stage in our code. The next thing we want to do is to ensure that when there's an arithmetic operation already displayed in the expression value fields, and then if another arithmetic operation sign is clicked, the result is automatically displayed, computed, and displayed in the input value field. And then in the expression value displays the result of the arithmetic operation with the operation sign clicked in front of it. What I mean is this. When we come up here right now, we are seeing this, but at this stage, if we click the plus sign, it adds it to the expression value, which is not what we want. What we actually want is this. From the finished one, let's say we have a 1, 2, 3 divided by 6, 5 as we have there, and then we click a plus sign. You see what happens here is that the result of the arithmetic operation appears plus the sign that we clicked in the expression value fields, whereas in the input value fields we have the arithmetic operation result already here and then in exponential form because the result is greater than the length of the display screen. Then now, how do we do this? We will have to go back to our code and then create another if statement. Then of course this automatically turns to an else if. Then next we can copy all the conditions we have here because they are similar to what we are about to do. We can just copy them down to this point and paste them up here. Then remove this other bracket sign. Now what we have here is that we are saying if there's an arithmetic operation in this format of what the regular expression is giving to us here, a digit, an arithmetic operation sign, and another digit, That's what is in the expression value fields. And if e.target.textContent now is equal to a plus, or is equal to a minus, or is equal to a times, or is equal to a division. So what we have done now is that we now want to do what we want to tell the computer what we want it to do when this kind of arrangement is seen in the expression.value fields, and then we clicked plus, minus, times, or divide button. So what we want to do now is to ensure that the input value expression.value field evaluates the result, or gives us the result of the arithmetic operation. Then what it's evaluating is exactly what we have in the expression.value fields. So we can now copy here and paste it up down here. So it evaluates what is in the expression.value fields, and then also turns it to local string also, and at the same time concatenates the text content of the target button, which is e.target.textContent. So this is what will happen in the expression.value fields. Then in the input value field, what we want is exactly the same thing without concatenating with the e.target. So now let's go and see what we have so far. So if we come back here and we refresh, as we had previously, we have 1, 2, 3 divided by 6, 5. Now if we click any of these buttons, it evaluates the result here. Okay, but it doesn't evaluate here. Let's see what happens. Something might be wrong in the input value fields code. What happened is that JavaScript reads code line by line. So after this line must have been evaluated, the expression value field is updated to the result of the evaluation plus the e.target.textContent concatenated to it. So the input value field now is evaluating the already evaluated result here, which is the reason why input value cannot evaluate, because this result is not a complete arithmetic operation, so it can't evaluate here. So what we need to do now is to interchange the two. Evaluate the input value fields first with the current expression value, and then evaluate the expression value next. So with this, we have arithmetic operation now working as it ought to work. Let's go back and see. So right now you see both of them are now evaluating correctly, but we still need to work on the number of decimal places so that we have the complete number of decimal places. Here you are only having three decimal places because of the local that we set up the to local string to be. So we need to change this, pass options to this to local string, or parameters to this to local string here, to tell it that we want the number of decimal places to be, let's say, at least to be 10. Let's use 10. So for us to be able to do that, we have to create an object. Let's call this object options. So within this object, we are going to pass a minimum fraction digits of 0, and then a maximum fraction digit of 10. Also, we are going to set up a local here. The local we're going to be using here is English US. Then we pass our options object. We'll copy this and paste here. Let's save this now and see. So with this, our result will be coming out with precise number of decimal places with a precision in the result. Okay, right now you can see we have our result now with the decimal sign, sorry, with the arithmetic operation sign that we clicked just now here, and then the full result in our input value fields with 10 decimal places. So if we change the sign now, it will be replaced. We've already written the code for this. It will automatically work in this particular line of code. So that solves this, but we still need to take it a step further. And in that step, we need to ensure that once the result is longer than the length of the input value string, we want to convert it into an exponential form, just like we have it in the finished calculator here. Here it's converted to exponential form, or if we have, for instance, a 1 divided by a 3, it's converted into exponential form because the result is longer than the length of the input value string. So how do we achieve this? For us to do this, we have to come into our code right now. In the else if statement, we have to include an if statement in between that particular line of code's else if block. And in the if statement, we want if this evaluated result here and then replacing the commas, or let me just copy this here. In case the evaluated result has 1000 separators, we replace it to empty string. Then if the length of that, the length is greater than 10, then we would copy this, exactly what we have here, paste up here. But in this case now, we are going to ensure that the input value is converted to exponential form by using to exponential method. Then we are going to tell it to have just to exponential form, but the exponential form will have 7 decimal places before the exponential sign is brought up. So then after this, we are still going to convert this back to local string. Then we can paste our local string here. So we also want expression.value here also to have, if it's up to 1000 or if it has 1000 separators, to be replaced. So for the commas to be replaced to empty strings as well, so that we won't be having 1000 separators appearing up there in the expression fields, so that we can have accurate results of our arithmetic operation. So this is going to solve that for that. Then if we don't have that, else, if that's not the case, we revert back to exactly what we have here. Let's update this. Let's paste it on this, but this time around without exponential form. So let's not forget our curly braces. Okay, this is going to solve that problem. Let's now save and see what we have now. So if we have 1, 2, 3 divided by 6, 5 like we did before, yes, so that's exactly what we wanted to achieve. So if we refresh this again, and let's say we do a 1 divided by 3, yes, that's exactly what we want to achieve. So now we'll move to the next stage in the code. Next, we want to work on the equals to sign or button. We want it to work exactly the way it's working in the finished one here. Let's say we have a 1 divided by a 3 and we click on equals to sign. We'll get our result and an answer equals to this result in the expression value fields. But for now, in this where we are currently, if we are to click the equals to sign, what happens is that it adds itself to what we have here, and we see that same result we have being converted to an ordinary local string, which is one of the lines of codes that we already had before. This is not what we want to achieve. So we are going to go back to our code and introduce another if statement block here. And of course, this automatically will convert it to an else if. Then exactly what we have is that we are going to copy everything that we have here down to the end. What we want to happen is just exactly what is happening in the situation where a plus an operation sign button is clicked. So we are going to impute that here. So we've added that same line of code, but this time around our condition will not be the same as what we have. Our condition this time would be if e.target.text content is equal to is equal to and equals to sign. That's an equal sign. So that's what we change. And also we would have to change every other thing remains the same, but we have to remove the e.target.text content. We don't want that to appear. Rather, what we want is we want an answer. We want the concatenation of a string that is answer. Sorry, this should be in small caps. Answer equals to be concatenated with the evaluated result. The same thing happens here. We don't want the e.target.text content to come after, but rather we'll copy this and paste it over here as well. So when we save this and we go back to our code, we'll see that we have updated it correctly the way it should operate when an equal sign is clicked. So let's refresh and then we say 1 divided by a 3. When we click this button, we have this here. Are you seeing? It's the same thing as what we have here. So there's a space in between a little space here that is not here. So we're going to add that. The way we'll add that is we'll put that space here, just one space bar click, one space bar click also. So let's see, and then let's see again. Let's refresh and we'll say 1 divided by a 3. We click it. All right, so that's exactly what we have here. So the equal sign would always perform any arithmetic operation that we do. If we say we have a 15 plus 65 and we have an equal to, it's going to give us the result like that. If we also have a 16 plus a 65 and we click this, is going to give us the result, and then the arithmetic operation clicked in front of it, which was the previous line of code that we wrote. I think that solves that for that. We'll now move to the next stage in the code. Now we want a situation where if we have an answer in the result, for instance, if we have maybe a 12 plus a 12 and we click an equals to sign and we have an answer. If we click any other number, it starts another arithmetic operation without concatenating the value of the button click. But for now, if we click a 1, you see it adds it to the answer we have here. We don't want that to happen. Rather, we want what we have here to be the case. Let's say we have a 12 plus a 12 and we have an equals to sign. If we click a 1, it doesn't concatenate, it starts another arithmetic operation. So we are going to do that same thing here in our code. How do we do this? We'll come back into our code here and create another if block, if statement. Then automatically, sorry, this should be a curly braces. And automatically this turns to an else if. We convert that to an else if. Then our condition would be if expression.value it should be expression includes dot includes that string answer. If it includes that string, answer equals to. If it includes this string here, this answer equals to. The only thing we want to do is just to replace what we have in the input value fields and expression value field. So let's just copy this here and paste up here in the code block. But this time around, we don't want to concatenate, we just want to replace. So let's save now. That will solve the problem for us. So let's go back to our code and see. Let's refresh. So if we have a 12 plus a 12 and we click this, we have our answer, and we do this, it's going to start another set of, lines of code. That's exactly what we wanted to achieve. So now we'll move to the next stage in the code. Now we need to ensure that it's only when the button clicked is a number that the replacement occurs. What I mean is, in this code for now, we have maybe a 12 plus 3 and we click an equal sign. If we click a plus sign, it replaces the number as well. We don't want that to happen, so we are going to come back to our code and we say we only want when the expression.value includes an answer, and when we have a regular expression that contains a digit in our in our e.target.text content. So let's save this. So this is going to only replace it if the button clicked is a number. So let's go up here and then refresh. If we now have a 12 plus 3 and we have an equal sign, if we click a plus, it's just going to concatenate. It's not going to replace. It's going to concatenate. So it concatenates to start another operation. So it's not going to replace. So right now, I think that solves that. If we have a 12 plus a 3 and we click an equal sign, but we have a number digit sign clicked. So if it is a number, a button that has a number, it replaces that for another arithmetic operation to be continued. So that solves that for that. Now we move to the next stage in the code. Now we want a situation where when any operation button is clicked and we have an answer, or what we have is a result of the arithmetic operation, we are continuing an arithmetic operation with that same sign in front of it. But for now, if we click a plus sign, we have that in front of it, but the answer is still showing. What I mean is this. From here, let's say we have a 1, 2, 3 plus a 3, 2, and we click an equal sign, we have our answer. If we end up clicking any of these operations button, let's say we click a divide, it wipes off the answer and it shows the number already in the input value and then the operation sign for us to continue a new arithmetic operation. So how do we achieve this? We'll come back to our code and generate another if statement, if block here. This should be curly braces. And of course, we have an else here. Then in between our code, our parentheses, we pass that instruction there, saying if expression dot value dot includes that string answer equals to, and the button clicked is either a plus, minus, times, or divide. We can copy that from here and paste it up here. So if this is the case, what we want to do in the code block is we want to replace what is in the expression.value here. Let me bring this one up here. We want to replace what is in the expression.value to be whatever we have in the input value fields as the result, and of course dot replace or what we have here. We'll copy this so that we replace the comma with an empty string if it's in a local string, or if it has 1000 separators, then plus e.target.text content. That's just all. So let's save this and then we'll see. So now on refreshing, if we have a 12 plus 3, okay, I think we have a mistake somewhere here. Okay, we have a wrong spelling here. This should be includes. This should be includes. So now let's come and see what we have here. If we have a 1 plus 3 and we have our answer, if we click any of the signs, we'll continue with a new set of arithmetic operation. That's exactly what we wanted to achieve. Now let's move to the other aspect of the code. In this aspect of the code, we want to ensure that when there's a default 0 in the input field and we click a dot, that dot concatenates. For now, what we have is this. If we have a default 0 here and we click a dot, it replaces the 0. But in our finished app here, if we click a dot, it concatenates. That means it adds to the existing 0. So how do we get this achieved? Right down here, we create another if block. And of course, this becomes an else if. And we pass a condition in between the if block saying if e.target.text content is equal to a dot and input value.value equals to 0. We want a concatenation to happen. You can copy that from one of our codes down here and paste it up there. Let's just copy this. So let's save and see what we have so far. This is supposed to work out for that. So we can now refresh. Now if we click a dot, it concatenates. We are now going to move to the next stage in the code. In this aspect, we want a scenario where if we have other digits in the input field and we click a dot, it continues to concatenate. What I mean is if we have a 2, 3 dot, you see we can continue this. The dot concatenates, then we can add other digits. But for now, in our code, if we try to do that, we won't be able to get the same result because of the initial lines of code that we added. As you can see, the dot sign is not adding below here. So we are going to update this code accordingly. How do we do that? We still come back to our code and add another if block below here. And of course, this becomes an else if. Then we add our condition here. And here we'll add a regular expression for a digit. And we'll say the test expression.value and e.target the text content equals to a dot. And here we're going to add an optional sign here to say even if there is a negative sign optionally in front of the number. We do this by just adding this. We still want that function to run because most times a negative sign is seen as another condition in the code and it doesn't execute the code accordingly. So we are going to also pick this up, copy and paste here. We are running this code line by line so that we would understand the simplicity and the flow of what we are doing. There are many ways to get this same result achieved, but we're going to do this for better understanding and simplicity of the code. Now, we need to add a backslash here, then save and run and see what we have. Okay, right now, if we click a 2.3 and dot, we now see it concatenating and working as expected. But we can also notice that we are not getting beyond 3 decimal places in the input value fields. And that means that we need to update our else block in our code. Now we need to still pick up all these conditions we have here in our object. Let object options in our options object and paste it also in the else block that we created here, so that the same thing can be happening in it too. So in the local string here, we also add our m.us and then the options object. So now if we go back and see what we have so far, we will discover that everything is now working as it's supposed to work. You can see. So now we'll move to the other aspect of the code. In this aspect, we want to ensure that when there is already a dot in the input value fields and we click another dot, it doesn't work. For now, if we click a dot, it's still going to add it, concatenate it to what we already have. We don't want this to happen. At the same time, we want a situation where if we have an arithmetic operation already wanted to be performed and we click a dot, it doesn't work. It's working here because we've not written a code to address that. If you take a look at this, you discover that if we click a dot here and we already have a dot and we click it again, it doesn't work. And then if we have an arithmetic operation already about to be performed, we have a sign here and we click a dot, it doesn't work until we have clicked a digit, then it can work. So we are going to do this in our own project. How do we do this? We'll go back to our code now and create another if block. And of course, this will become our else if. So in our condition, what we want is if we have an expression containing this, let's just copy everything here. And we'll paste it up here. And as well, we have to include a sign in front of this. An array of the signs that we don't want the dot sign to be clicked after them. So if we have this kind of expression in the expression field, or the input value field already includes a dot. So if either of these conditions are met, that is the only time we want this also to be triggered or to be activated. So with this, we have achieved that. Let's run our code again and see. So now if we have a 12 and we have a dot and we click a dot again, okay, it doesn't activate. Let's see if we made a mistake in the code. Okay, let's put all this in a bracket so that it will represent separate conditions. Okay, input value, the value included this. Okay, and it's not complete. e.target dot text content equals to a dot. So let's put that in parentheses as well. Alright, now let's save. So when we come here, I will say a 12 dot. I will click a dot again. It's not still working. Okay, sorry, we're making a mistake. What we want is that we don't want it to add anything. So we are going to delete all these lines of code. And then what it means now is that nothing should be done. It shouldn't activate. We are activating it instead of leaving it blank. So leaving this blank means that there is no code block here. Nothing is going to run here. Nothing is going to happen. That's what we want. So when we come up here and we try it up again, we have a dot. If you try to click a dot, it won't work because there is no code added in the code block there. There is nothing, no instruction we passed into it. So as well, we can continue clicking this. Then when we add a dot here and we try to click this also, it doesn't work until we must have clicked another sign. That's only when we can now add. Okay, now it's not yet working because we also need to write an instruction for it to still add it on another line, because this exactly meets the condition that we have passed here. So now we'll move to the next aspect of the code. So now we need to add a line of code that would ensure that another dot is added even when a previous dot has already been added. So we are going to write the code to ensure we can add another dot now. So how do we do that? We come here and create another if block. Then of course this becomes an else if. Then here we copy this condition here. We paste it up here, but we are going to add other things to it. So we are going to copy this optional minus and we'll place it here as well, but this time not an optional minus but an optional digit and also an optional dot and then a number operation sign and another digit. So this is the regular expression for that. Then if e.target is detected when this regular expression is seen, I think we are having excess curly braces here because this is the only, parenthesis, because this is the only one that we are going to have, condition that we are going to be using here. So we want exactly what is happening down here to still occur here when that is detected. So when this condition is met, we still want another dot to be added. So let's refresh and see what we have. Okay, if we have, let's say a 1.8, let's now say a minus 3 points. Now we can add another dot. But if you would notice, if we click another dot the second time, it still adds again. So we are going to make sure that after the second dot has been detected, no other dots can be added. That will be the final, so that we can only add 2 dots at the areas where we'll be needing them. So how do we get this done? For that, we just copy exactly what we have here and then paste it up here, and of course add an else here, and this time after the regular expression would add a dot and delete everything within the code block and save. So if we have any other dots, nothing happens. So let's test the code we have written so far and see. Let's refresh. Let's say we have a 1.9 multiplied by a 6 point. If we try to add a dot, it's not going to work. And when we add this and we add a dot, it's still not going to work. So we have achieved our aim. We can now say equals to, and it's working normal. Now we'll move to the next aspect in our code. Now there is something else we need to do. If we refresh this and we try to add a 1.0, we discover that it doesn't accept this in the input value fields, but it accepts it only in the expression value fields. The reason is because we passed float of what we have in the input value field. And when you pass float, 1.0 is automatically rounded down to 1. Likewise, any other number that is .0. Let's say we have a 2.0, it rounds it up, or maybe we have a 23.980. That last zero is not always added to the input value field, but it's always added to the expression value field. So what do we do to correct this? We have to go back to our code and then add another if block. Then of course this becomes an else. Then all we want is just okay, let's copy this condition and edit it. So when we paste it here, we want to delete every other thing and just leave only digits. Only a digit and a dot. And then e.target.text content is 0. So when we have this, we want to reproduce or still do the same thing. So what this means is if we have any digit and a dot, and then we click a 0, e.target.text content is 0, that 0 should be added and not be summarily reduced. So now when we go back now and see what happens. If we have a 1 point and we add a 0, it now affects also here, and we can always add a 0 wherever we want to add it to, as we are supposed to add it to. Now we'll move to the other aspect of the code. Now we have another scenario we need to work on. This is a scenario where, for instance, if we have a 2.7 and we click a plus and then we try to click a 0, it does not replace what we have here with the 0, rather it concatenates it. So how do we solve this? We go back to our code and create another if block. Then of course this becomes an else. Then we copy exactly the condition we have here. We'll paste it over here. And then after this, we are going to add an arithmetic operation array. And then we'll make this dot optional. So when we save, okay, before we save, we also have to now copy something here and put in the code block. But this time we want to replace the input value field. We don't want to concatenate it. We only want to concatenate the expression value fields. So when we save this and then check what we have, we'll discover that that problem has been solved. Exactly. Now we are going to work on a scenario whereby if we refresh this, if we have, for instance, a 2 plus 3, and then we click a 0, we wanted to add 2 plus 30, but in this case, if we click a 0, instead of us having 30 here, the 0 wipes off all what we have here. So how do we correct this error? So we'll come down to our code here again, and then we create an if block, and of course we convert this to an else. Then right in between our parentheses, we'll copy here what we have here as a condition and paste it here. But this time around, we only want to use the digit and the array of any of the arithmetic operation and another digit. Then when a zero is clicked, what we want is we want to concatenate both the input value fields and the expression value fields. But in this case, we would have to still convert the input value into local string, because this time around the value we are adding is coming after the arithmetic operation. So how do we do this? We have to go and then update what we have in the input value. Let's just copy one of the arithmetic operations here that has to do with input value that has to do with local strings. So we'll just copy what we have here and then take it up and paste it here. Then we create our options object. But this time we're going to pass a different parameter. What we want to pass here is maximum significant digits. Sorry, a different property. Then we want that to be 10. So when we save this and then come and refresh here, we'll see now that we no longer have that problem and we can continue to concatenate as we expected it to be. So let's try and see if it's going to work when we have a decimal number concatenation. Okay, here we are having an issue adding it because here in the decimal part of it, we are seeing that the local string is not working appropriately. How do we correct this? We now have to go back to our code and then introduce what we call an error debugging text line of code on every single line that is in the code, so that we can be able to detect the area we need to make corrections on. So here we are going to introduce a console.log that says check on every line of code that we've written so far, so that we can use our console, our JavaScript console, to be able to detect errors and then correct them accordingly. So I'm pasting this right on inside every code block, so that we will be able to see where any form of errors that we are having might be coming from. Since the code we are writing has already increased so much in length, there are possibilities of errors coming up within the code. So we have to look at how to solve that immediately. So now we can now save. Let's go back up and then try our code again, then use the console.log to know the line that we need to update in order to have an accurate performance. So here we have a 2 plus 3, 0.896, and if we click again, instead of concatenating, it's updating. So we can now open up here JavaScript console so that we can take a look at where that issue is arising from. Let's minimize our calculator here, then we'll come to the console, let's refresh, and then try to click again. Now, on clicking again, you see our check is here logged in line 239. Let's go to line 239 and see why we need to correct, what we need to correct there to get an accurate performance or result. So here we have line 239. So the problem is coming from this code block here. So now you can see we need to add an options here. We also need to add that object here so that the code can run optimally. So we'll just copy what we have here right now. Click a copy here, come up here and paste it, and then introduce this in between the local string here. Let's now save and then go back to our code and see. So now if we click a 2 plus 3000.89654, so that solves the problem. We are going to be using our console.log to be able to debug issues and correct problems that we are having in our codes. So right now we'll move to the other aspect of this program and see how we're going to update more issues and then proceed with the code. In this aspect, we also need to work on a scenario whereby if we click a 0 after an arithmetic operation and it's a 0 coming after a dot, it doesn't pass float on the input value and then convert that to an ordinary number without a decimal. What I mean is, for instance, if we have a 2 plus 3.0, so what is happening here is taking away the 0 and not continuing the concatenation here, because 3.0 passes float and then returns 3. So we are going to work on this in the code immediately. So what we need to do is just to create another if block here. Then of course this would be an else if. Then we'll copy this line of code, this condition, and paste it over here. And here we're going to introduce a dot after the regular expression, and then we'll copy this and paste over here. So with this, that problem is solved. So when we come back here and we try to do the same thing, we have 3.0. So we can continue adding 0 and any other digit that we want to add. So that solves that for this stage of the code. Now let's move to the other aspect of this code. Now we are going to work on a scenario whereby if we have an arithmetic operation like this and we click another 0, it doesn't add up here. It only maintains 2.0 and refuses to add another 0. So how do we do this? We are going to come back into our code and then create another if block. And of course, this will become an else. Then we copy this condition here, paste it up here. Then we delete this and put a 0 here. So we don't want anything to happen. So when we save this, without putting a line of code here, we have passed the instruction we want. So when we come back here now and try to do the same thing, let's refresh, then we'll say 2 plus 0. That condition is met. Then when we click another 0, nothing happens. But another thing is, if we click a dot and we try to click a 0, it doesn't work. Why? Because that condition is still met here. This expression still includes that condition. So we are going to create another condition that has a dot and pass another instruction to our code. How do we do this? We'll come back to our code here, and then create another if block. And of course, this becomes an else. Then we copy this line of this condition here and paste it over here. And this time around, we'll have a backslash dot telling the computer that, or telling the program that if this kind of pattern now is detected, it should go ahead and concatenate both the expression and the input value fields. We'll paste this here. So that's going to solve that problem. So we'll come up here and we have 2 plus 0 point, and we click another 0, and it's going to add that as much as we want to add zeros. That solves that, but let's not forget to still add console.log for debugging of any form of errors in between all the lines of code that we have written so far. Now that we are done with our 0 button, we can now move over to our C button. For the C button, the line of code is just going to be 1, because what the C button basically does is just to revert anything we have in both the expression and input value fields to 0. So that's just going to be if, then here of course we have an else. e.target.text content equals to a C. What we want is to revert both the input value and the expression of value to 0. We are not performing any concatenation here. We are just reverting all of them to 0. And of course, let's remember to add our console.log check to that line as well. So let's save. So if we come back to our code now, whatever we write here, and then whatever we are doing at all in this code, and we come and click a C, it reverts it back to 0. It doesn't matter what we click or what we have in the input field, whether it's an arithmetic operation or whatever it is we have. Once we click a C, it reverts to 0. And that's that about the C button. Let's now move to the other button in our code. In this aspect of the code, we are going to work on the CE button. So here we can see what happens in the finish calculator is if we have digits in the input value here and we click the CE button, it clears them off. So that's the same thing we want to happen here. So how do we get that done? We are going to come into our code again and we create an E block. And of course, this is going to be an else. And in between here, we want e.target.text content. If e.target.text content is a CE, then simply what we want is to clear off both the input value and the expression value by the last clear up from the last character or the last string in the input value and the expression value. So how do we do that? We are just going to say expression value dot slice zero minus 1. Same thing with input value. Dot value dot slice 0 minus 1. Then if there is no other thing to slice, we are going to add something else. We don't want there to be an empty string, so it has to be a 0. By the time the all characters have been sliced off, we want it to revert to a 0. So let's save and see what we have so far. So now if we have characters here and we click the CE button, it slices them off from the last character. But at this point, you notice something. Here the last character is a comma, while up here the last character is not a comma. So if we click a slice here, it doesn't match any longer, because here we have 1, 2, 3, 4, because the 5 was sliced off, or here the comma was sliced off. We have to solve that. What do? We will still come in between this code block here and pass another if statement in between the if statement we just passed. So what we will say is, we'll create an if block here, then we'll say if input value.value value dot input value.value dot value dot length -1 equals to a comma. This means if the last character in our input value is a comma, this stands for the position of the last character in the input value string. So if it's a comma, we now want a different slice to occur. We want a different slicing to occur, and what we want now is, while the expression of value is slicing off only one character, if the last character is a 0, the input value is not going to slice off 1 but slice off 2 characters. So that's going to solve that. Else we revert to our normal initial code we wrote here. So let's save this. Now if we go back up here and see what we have, you discover something. So if we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, for instance. So if we click the CE, we slice. Now we have a comma here and we have a 5 here. If we click again, it now balances up. It slices off 2 characters from here, but slices off 1 from here. Then if we keep slicing till we get to the end of it, it reverts to 0 when there is no more character to slice. And there is still another thing we need to discover here. We see that once we are slicing off, the comma separators doesn't update itself accordingly. Our 1000 separators doesn't update themselves. So let's take a look at this. While we are slicing, are you seeing this comma separator is supposed to move from here and come in between here to update what we already have. So what we need to do is to update our input value fields as well. As we are slicing, we are going to update our input value fields and then put in the first if block here, we are going to update it by passing it into it, by passing float of that to what we have down here in the pass float. Okay, we are going to copy this and come up here and paste it. And then we also have to pick up our options object. Though we are not meant to be adding that repeatedly, but just for understanding the code, for those that the code might look so complex for, that's the reason why I had to start copying and start rewriting this or pasting this over and over again. We are meant to write this line of code outside and then only add this to everywhere we want to add it to, because so that it can be in the global scope. But for now, let's just have it like this. When we are going to the end, get to the end of the code, we might decide to update that as well. So what we need to do now is let's just refresh. Sorry, let's save and then go up and see what we have now. You can see we are having the 1000 separators updated. So if we clear this and 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 we clear this, okay, no, it's not yet working. We still need to go and look at what we are not doing correctly. Okay, we need to copy the same code, line of code, and paste it down here as well. And let's save this. So that's going to work. So now we have this going, and if we click the CE button, it updates the 1000 separators accordingly. If we have 11111 to the end, we see as we click, it's updating it. It's not fixed, it's not stagnant. Let's look at it again so we can understand what's happening. So as we click, it's updating the 1000 separators accordingly as we click. So that's that for that. Then we move to the other aspect of the code. In this aspect, we want to ensure that we can use the CE button to update any current value that we are working on completely. From the finished app here, what I mean is, let's say we have a 23 plus maybe a 5600. And whenever we click this CE button, instead of clearing the input one by one, we clear all of them once. And then we can now update the 5600 to maybe 80. And then we still have a result. So that's what we want to achieve. It can work whichever way. Let's say we have a 5, maybe a minus 680, and we are taking a negative of that. And if we click the CE button as well, we want to clear the whole of the minus 680 and update it to something else at a time without clearing them one by one. Then we can update maybe to 8, and we click and get our answer. So now, how do we get that done? We are going to move quickly to the code now, to our code editor, and then walk that through in the code editor. And of course, we are going to come down here and create another if statement. As usual, open our curly braces, and of course, this automatically becomes an else if. Let's move this in. Then our condition here would be almost same as this. Let's copy this. First and foremost, we want either target, let's copy this, either target to be C. When either target is C, and we have an expression that is in this format. We have an optional minus, and then a digit, and then let's start with a plus. We have a plus and another digit, then test expression.value. So if we have a format like this, we have either target is CE, and we have this kind of expression. We have a digit plus another digit. It can be either a negative or a positive of that, and also plus another digit. So what would we like to happen here? What we want to happen is that we want to delete every expression after the sign, the plus sign. And how do we get that done? We are just going to update the expression.value accordingly using, we're going to be using a string method, or a string method called slice. We're going to be using the slice string method to get this achieved. And then we are going to say expression.value.slice. Then we open our parentheses. What do we want to slice? We want to slice every element from the plus sign, or after the plus sign rather, to the end of the expression.value. What I mean is, for instance, right here. Let's come here. Let's come to the finished one. Okay, what I mean is, if we have a 223, let's say, plus a 680, we want to clear off every element from here down to the end of the string. and also at the same time also update this as well. We'll clear off this and also clear it off here, up here. So for us to achieve that, we have to pass that instruction here. What I want to clear, I want to clear the element from the first item in the substring, from the first item in a substring. What that substring is expression.value is the expression.value dot index of the plus symbol plus 1. Index of the plus symbol plus 1. Then after we do that, we want to also update input value.value to 0. We want to update it to 0. So what we just did here is to say expression.value now should be updated to expression.value.slice. We want to slice off from the first element in expression.value and then the element up to the plus sign. This is not a substring. What I mean is this. What we are slicing off is 2, 3. In this case now, we are slicing off 2, 3 plus from this expression here. And this other part is going to be deleted, would no longer be called up, or will no longer appear in the expression.value. It's automatically going to update expression.value to just include whatever is in front of the plus or any sign. For now, we are working on the plus that sign. Then we'll clear off every other thing because we have updated expression.value, and then we'll update input value back to 0. So let us save that now and see how that works out. So if we come back to our work now and we say we have a 23 plus 680, and when we click this, okay, you can see we have brought up this expression.value, or changed this updated expression.value to just be a slice of the 0 index, which is 2, is in the 0 index, to the index of plus 1. The index of plus is what we have in this instruction here, the index of the plus sign plus 1. That is a step after the index of this. So we are slicing from 0 index of expression.value to index of 1 plus 1. Why? Because our indexing actually starts from 0. So this is 0 index, this is 1, and this is 2. This is 2. So this plus sign is at index 2. And the slice method works in such a way that the last index you're slicing, it moves a step backwards. So if we just say 0 to index of plus, it's going to give us just 23. So that's why we are saying index of plus 1, so that it can also pick the plus sign. This is just going to work for only plus for now, because that's only the thing instruction we passed. If we are to have a minus here, minus sign, and we click a 680 and we click CE, it's going to be clearing off one by one, because for the minus we've not yet passed such instruction to that. So that's it about that. We are just going to copy this same instruction right now, or this same code, and update it 3 times for both minus and then divide. Let's say else if here, then we paste that code. And of course, this now going to be minus. This, instead of being a plus here, we change this to a minus, and this will be index of a minus. Then also we update it as well for the next sign. Sorry, we are not going to use a minus here. We are going to use a times. First of all, we'll use a times. I would explain the reason why we are using a times for now, not a minus. We are going to do for a times. Then for a division, let's bring this up here. Then we'll work on the minus later. So let's save this and see. This is now going to work for both plus division and multiplication. So if we have a 23 times a 680, and we click the CE, it clears off. At the same time, if we have 23 divided by 680 and we click the CE, it clears it off once. So right now we are going to move into the minus aspect of it. For the minus aspect, we are going to be having two scenarios. Now, the first scenario from our finished calculator app is a situation where we have, let's say, a 2 minus a 3. This is just the first case scenario. We can also have a scenario where we have a double minus sign. We have a minus and then we have another minus. We can also have a scenario where we have 3 minus signs. Let's say we can have, let's say, a negative of a 2 minus, and then let's say 9, and a negative of a 9. In this case, we have 1, 2, and 3 minus signs. And the index of method always identifies the first occurrence of a minus sign, will only identify the first occurrence of the minus sign alone if we just use the index of our method like that, the way we used it in the case of a plus, a division, and a multiplication. It's always going to identify the first occurrence of that sign or that particular object that we are indexing, looking for the index or the position of it in the text string or in the expression .value. So there are cases in a minus sign where we might have 1, some cases we might have 2, some cases we might have 3. So we have to write codes for each of these scenarios so that we won't have error in our result. So let's start with the first case scenario. That's a scenario where we have a 2, let's say a minus, and a 3. So for us to start that, we are going to go up into our code editor, and then we're passing the instruction here. And of course, we're going to start the if block. And of course, this is going to become an else if. Then we go up here, we pass our instruction. Let's just copy all we have here. And paste them up here. Now in this case, it's going to be a negative sign. Then let's copy, okay, what we have here. Okay, now we have a negative sign. Then the instruction that the code block is going to contain something a little bit unique. It's going to contain something unique. So what I'm going to do here is let's copy all this and then update it. Let's paste likewise here. But in this case, we don't just want to slice directly this way. If we slice it directly this way, it's going to cause some errors in our code. Let's change this to a minus. So what we need to do now is to concatenate the initial value in the expression .value to with the other aspect or with the other sides in the string. So we are going to put a plus sign here. Then behind this, we're going to carry off of this expression .value. We are copying this. We'll paste it here. Then we'll have this. The expression .value, the value in the first index, it might be a minus or it may not be a minus, but whatever is in the first index plus every other thing else in the code. So we are going to remove this aspect of the code. Let's just cut off that aspect of the code. So what we're going to add in this case right now is a substring. We are going to use the substring method. We're going to use a substring method. So we want to get a substring from the string that we already have in the expression .value. And the substring we want is going to exclude the initial aspect or the initial string or text in the string. We are going to remove this expression .value.0, which we've brought out. So the substring is going to start from the from the number or from the item in the index 1. Since the index 0 has already been picked here, so we are concatenating that with the expression .value substring of the entire expression of value starting from index 1. We are picking from index 1 to the end of the string, which is going to be expression.value.length. Expression.value.length. Sorry, this should be length. length. Then we must have gotten that. Then we also want to have a slice. We want to slice off an aspect of that substring. We want to slice off an aspect of that substring as usual. We want to slice off from the point where the sign or the negative sign in that substring is. We want to slice that off. So we are going to include our slice right now. And what we are slicing is just exactly what we have here. Let me just copy this and paste it up here. So this time around is going to be an index of a minus plus 1. So we are slicing off that aspect of the code. We're going to slice off that aspect. And what we are starting off from the slice, we are slicing from the substring, we are slicing from 1 to the expression of value dot length. Then we are slicing from 0 to expression of value dot index of minus. Okay, now this expression of value is not what we are slicing directly off. We are slicing off from expression dot value dot substring dot length. This is what we are slicing off from, if you could remember. And then the index of, in that substring, the index of minus plus 1 in that substring. So this is going to give us exactly what we need to have in the minus case scenario, and it's going to cover for when we have an initial minus sign or non-initial minus sign in the first input, and then an operation symbol of a minus and a positive next sign. Let's see our next number. So let's look at it and see what we have. Okay, as you can see, let's say if we have a 2 minus a 350 and you click a CE, it clears that off. That's working. Now, if we have a scenario where we have a minus 2, okay, we've not yet worked on our minus, plus and minus button. Okay, when we work on our plus and minus button, that's going to start working. But from the finish calculator, let's say we have a scenario like this. We have a minus 2 and we have a minus 3. In this case, we have 2 negative signs, or let's say 3 minus 350. Now, if we click a CE button, it's going to clear off that and then leave the initial minus sign and leave the second minus sign. So as we proceed in the code, we are going to work on the plus and minus button for us to see what I actually did, or what we actually did in that aspect of the minus sign. So let's say we have, for now, what we've done so far is if we have a 2 minus 650 or 65 and we click a CE button, it's going to clear off that and then update that to a 2 minus. Then we can now add any other number that we so want to add. Now let's move on to the other aspect of the code as we explore further. In this aspect, we are going to be looking at the case scenario where we have a parenthesis in our expression.value. What I mean is, from the finish calculator, let's say we have a 2, a minus, and the 3, and the minus. In this case, you can see a parenthesis appearing inside the expression.value when we click the plus and minus symbol. Though we've not written the code for this symbol, but we are going to attach this kind of expression or this kind of format in our current code we are writing for the negative value expression that we are currently writing now, so that when we finally write this code, it's going to work against it. So we are going to add this now to our expression and see a condition that will appropriately deal with this in our CE button. So let's go back here and let's go back to our Visual Studio Code and include that in our code, so that by the time we are creating the plus and minus codes, it's going to automatically work. So let's now open up another if statement here, and that's going to be fairly easy. The only thing we need to do is just to update the code we just wrote initially before now, the code we just wrote before now, which is this one here. So we are just going to copy everything in this code and then paste up there, and then let's paste it up here. The only thing we are going to update here is, instead of having index of a minus sign. No, we are going to be having index of the open parenthesis sign or the open bracket. So that's the index of we are going to be looking for in this case, and we are going to be having same as this because there's going to be a negative sign as it is here in this expression. There can either be a positive or a negative sign in the beginning of the expression. Then we are going to have a bracket after the negative sign, just like we have it in the finished calculator here. We are having a minus sign here and then a bracket, open bracket after the minus sign. So we are going to clear off everything from here off. That's why we are bringing in the index of this negative sign plus 1 into this code this time around. But in this case, we are not going to use a plus 1 because we are going to clear off everything including the bracket. So we are not including a plus 1, rather we are going to include just the index of that open bracket so that it can clear off including the open bracket to the end of the string. So if we save that, it's going to work, but not now. It's not going to work now. It's going to work when we must have finished writing the code for the plus and minus button. So the last thing we're going to do in the CE button now is to write a scenario where if we have an answer already in the input field, let's say here we have a 2 plus a 3, and we have an answer here. If we click the CE button, we wouldn't want it to be clearing inputs like that. We want it to round off or bring down everything to 0 at the same time without clearing. So we are going to write that quickly, then we'll move to the plus and minus button. So that's going to be if, and of course this is going to be else if. So the condition we're going to be having there is, of course, if the target.text content is equal to CE, and if our expression.value includes that ANS, which is answer. So we're just going to say expression.value.includes that text string ANS. So with this, I think we are good to go. Then what would we want to happen when that is detected? We want to update our input value field to 0. Let's just copy all this first and foremost and paste up here while we edit. We want our expression.value to be 0. Let's cut all this and make it 0. And also we want our input value also to be 0. So if we save this right now and we come back to our code and let's refresh. So if we have an answer in the code or in our expression.value, when we execute an arithmetic expression, we'll have an answer. If we click the CE, it rounds up to 0. It doesn't go the normal route of cutting each and the last text in the string. It doesn't go that route any longer because that's not going to make us achieve what we want to achieve in a calculator. Now let's move to the other aspect of the plus and minus button in this code. Now we are going to start writing the code for the plus minus button. We are going to start writing the code for the plus minus button. So let's move over. The first thing we want to do in this code is whenever we click the plus and minus button, we want it to appear, we want a minus sign to appear in front of the number if there is no minus sign already appearing in front of the number. And if a minus sign is already in the front of the number, we want to remove that minus sign in front of the number. For now, if we click a plus and minus button, our initial code for that, or for all the buttons, which is anything we click or the text content of any button we click, should appear here. And if we click it again, it concatenates and so on, which is what we've written. This is given a NaN because pass float of that is not a number. This is not a number, which is what we did. We are passing float of whatever we have in here and then concatenating everything up here. So now we are going to clear this off and come back to our code and write the code, the initial code for the plus and minus button. So the first case scenario now in the plus and minus button, we are going to go down here and open our if block, if statement here, and of course this is going to become an else if. Then in our condition here, definitely we want to have e.target.text content is a plus and minus. We'll copy that and paste it up here. Then this is going to be a plus and minus, a plus dash minus. Then we're going to have and the input value dot value is not equals to a 0. Or let's use is not equals to a 0. So, or let's use it as a string. Let's use a string 0, because the initial one definitely, the initial 0 will not be a pass float number. It's not going to be a number. So if we have this kind of setup, we have the either target or text content is a plus and a minus button, and our input value of value is not a 0. That's what we want something to occur. What we want is we want expression.value and input value.value to be updated accordingly. And what we want is not 0. What we want is we want input value.value to be, we want a negative sign, which is a minus, to be concatenated with the expression.value, what we already have in the expression.value. At the same time, we want this same thing to also happen to the input value.value. Let's just copy this and paste here, but this time around we are going to have input value here, not expression.value. Input value.value. So if we save this, what we are saying in the short is just if either target is a plus and minus and input value.value is not a 0, we want this to happen. We want a minus to be added to the input expression.value and also to the input value.value. Let us take a look and see if what we did is working accurately. If we have a minus, a 0 here, and we click this, it's going to update this to 0. We've not written the code for that because we've not told the program what to do when it's a 0 actually. But when it's not a 0, which is what we did right now, let's say it's a 2 and we click this, it's going to add a negative sign to both the input value and the expression.value, which is exactly what we passed. This is exactly the instruction that we passed in our JavaScript. So the next thing is, if it already has a negative sign in front of it, we want to remove it whenever we click the same plus and minus button. We'll go back to our code now and then create another if block, if statement here, and of course this is going to be an else if. Then let's bring it up here. So in this case now, we want same either target to be 0. Sorry, either target to be plus and minus. Let's copy this and paste it in here. But this time around, we want our condition to be different. If input value.value at index 0 equals to a negative sign. So this is the condition that we are looking for. If this condition is seen, if either target or text content is a plus minus, if we are clicking a plus minus button, and at the same time the first text or the first value in the string or in the expression.value, sorry, in the input value.value is equal to a minus. We can also decide to say if the first in the expression.value, whichever one we pass does not really matter. We can say expression.value and the first number, or the first text rather, in the expression.value. If it's a minus, if it's a negative, then what we want to do is to update input value.value and expression value.value whenever the button clicked is plus and minus. So what we want to do is that we want the expression.value and then the input value.value to still remain as it is, only that we want to replace that negative, we want to replace that negative sign that we have to an empty string, So we're going to copy this and as well paste it down in the expression.value as well. So it's going to remain as it is, only that there's going to be a replacement of that negative sign to an empty string. Let's save this and then see what we have so far. If we refresh, we have a 2. If we click this, a minus appears. If you click it again, it changes that to a 0. If we click it again, a minus appears. If we click it again, it changes that to 0. So that achieves that. Now we are going to move up to writing what's going to happen when it's a 0 that is in the input value and expression value field. What do we want to happen whenever the plus and minus button is clicked? We don't just want it to just imprint a plus and minus there. So what we want to happen is that we don't want anything to happen. Exactly. We don't want anything to happen. So we are going to come down here and copy what we have here. We'll just copy this, paste it up here, and of course this is going to be an else if. So if what we have is either target.text content is a plus and minus, and expression.value equals to 0. Equals to 0. Equals to 0. Then we don't want anything to happen. That's just like saying nothing should happen. The code should be nothing should happen. We are not going to write any code in here. So when we come here and we refresh, you are going to see whenever there's a 0 here and we click this, nothing happens. So now we'll move to the next aspect of our plus and minus button. In this aspect of the plus and minus button, what we want to achieve is, let's come back to our finished calculator. Here is a scenario where we have a 2 plus a 3, and then we click, for instance, we have a 2 plus a 3, then we click a plus a minus button. You see a negative sign is added to the input value, and then a parenthesis, an open bracket, a close bracket, and is enclosing the input value here inside the expression.value. It's been enclosed in a bracket, which shows a continuation of the arithmetic operation from a plus then into bracket, which the bracket of course stands for times minus 3. So how do we achieve this in our own work? We'll go back into our calculator app here, and of course we're going to create an if block here, if statement block here, and of course this is going to be an else if. Then we come up here, then between our condition here, and of course we are going to select this expression.value equals to either target. We are going to copy that and then we paste it here. Then the next condition we want to target here is a regular expression, of course, where we have that kind of expression where we have a D plus or maybe a digit, not just a D plus, we have a digit, and then a plus. We're starting with a plus and another digit, and that, if that is seen in our expression.value, and of course if we have that kind of expression in our expression.value, what we want to achieve is that we want the negative sign, just like we have it in our finished app here. We want a negative sign to be added to the input value, whereas we want an open bracket to be added here, and the input value here, the value here should be changed to a negative, should be added also to this value in here, and then a closing parenthesis. So let's write that quickly here. So we're going to be concatenating several parts of that to achieve that. So what we want is, we want the expression.value and the input value. Let's copy this, paste up here. Then we clear what we have here, and as well clear what we have here. Then what we want to achieve here is, first and foremost, we want the expression.value, a substring of the expression.value to be added first and foremost to the beginning aspect of the code. Or let's just say we have an expression.value dot substring. So the substring we want is going to start from 0 index, which is the first text in the expression.value, up to the point where we have the plus sign. Then from that aspect down, we're also going to add something else. So from to the point where we have the plus sign is to the point where expression dot value dot index of plus. So we want it up to that point. Then of course plus 1. Everything from 0 to the point where we have the plus sign and a step ahead of that. We want to include the plus sign in that substring we are cutting off. So we'll cut off the initial substring from the expression.value. Then we concatenate that with another string. And that string is going to be, of course, the open parenthesis or bracket, sorry, and the negative sign. That's the open parenthesis and the negative sign. Then what else are we going to concatenate with that? Okay, let's bring this down here so that it's going to have different parts. Then we've concatenating that. Then what else are we going to concatenate? We also want to concatenate the substring of the expression.value from the point after the plus sign. Let's say what we have here. From this point after the plus sign, we want to concatenate everything here. Then, okay, let me refresh this. We have a 2 plus a 3. This is how it was before we start concatenation. So what we are doing is we are picking the substring from the beginning of the expression.value up to this point. Up to this point, we'll cut this off as a substring. Then we add a bracket, an open parenthesis and a minus to that. Then we add everything we have in the expression.value string, expression of value from this point to the end of it. That's the next thing we want to concatenate. Then let's go back here. Then we also want to concatenate every other thing we have in the expression.value substring from the index of that plus sign plus 1, which is this. Okay, let's just let's write that expression.value dot substring. So the substring, our substring this time is going to start from this expression.value dot index of this plus 1. It's going to start from that point and then end at the end of expression.value, which is expression.value dot length. Then finally, we are now going to concatenate that finally with the closing parenthesis or the close of the bracket. That's all we want to do in the expression.value. Then in the input value.value, all we want to do is just to add a negative sign to what we already have in the input value.value fields. That's going to work, and then we're going to see what we have. Let's just save this and then go back to our code and see what we now have. If we come back here and we refresh this and we say we have a 2 plus a 3, immediately we click this, you see that's already happening there as we expected it to happen. Of course, it's just going to happen for a case scenario where we have a positive sign or a positive arithmetic expression taking place. If we have, for instance, a 2 minus a 3, because we've not written any code for this condition yet, if we click the sign, it's not going to do anything. It's just going to add a negative sign to the front of the expression.value and also add a negative sign to the front of the input value.value, which is not correct. So now we're going to write a scenario for the negative sign, the multiplication sign, and the division sign. How do we do this? We're going to go back to our code, and this is going to be fairly easy. All we need to do is just to create an if block, and of course there's going to be an else if. Then we are going to copy this condition here and paste it up here. At the same time, copy everything in the code block here and paste them up here. Then we change this to, for a negative, we change it to a negative, then index of the negative. index of a negative. This for the negative sign. Then let's copy everything also. And also paste up here. And this would be for the index of a multiplication. And then let's also paste the same up there. And of course, this would be for the index of a division. So let's save this. With this, the same code is now going to work for both all the arithmetic expression of the simple positive, negative, multiplication, and division. So if we have, let's say, a 2 minus a 3, and we click this, oh, there's a mistake in that of a negative sign. Let's go back and see what we've done. Okay, let's see for 2 multiplied by 3. Okay, I think we are missing something out. Let's refresh and go back to our code and see what we are missing out. Oh, okay, we did not change all the index ofs here. This should be minus, this should be times, and this should be divide, and this should be divide. All right, this is gonna do. So let's save and now see. If we refresh this, let's say we have a 2 minus a 3, and we click this, it's working appropriately in that scenario. Let's say we have a 2 multiplied by 9. It's also working in this scenario. Let's say we have a 2 divided by 8. Click this. It's also working for this scenario. So now we'll move to the next aspect of the plus and minus button. Now we are going to look at a case where if we want to subtract two negative values, what is going to happen, or how we're going to be able to do that. Let's take a look at what I mean. Let's refresh this and say we have, let's say, a minus 2, and we want to subtract that from another negative value, let's say a minus 6. If we put a 6 here and we try to make it a minus, you can see the bracket here updates in a wrong way. Why? Because we have negative signs that are multiple, and it's the first negative sign that our index of matches. So right now we are going to go into our code to be able to correct that anomaly. Now we'll create an if block as usual. Then here we'll pass an else if. Then in our condition, we'll simply copy what we have here. Then we'll paste it up here. But this time around, we would have a minus sign here. And then we would also have another condition that says expression dot value at the index of 0 equals to a negative sign. So in this scenario, what do we want to happen? Right here, the first thing we are going to do is to create a variable and call it a sub value. And this is just for us to be able to shorten the code. And this sub value is going to be a substring of the beginning of the expression dot value to the end of the expression of value, excluding the initial value of the expression or the minus sign in the index 0. So how do we get this done? You say expression dot value dot substring starting from index 1, then we are excluding index 0, then expression dot value dot length. Then we're not going to use this variable and then update our expression dot value with it. All we say is expression.value now equals to the first value in the index 0. That's the value in the index 0, of course. Then we are adding that to the substring of the other part of the value, or the substring of the value up to the sign, and then to the end of it minus the bracket. What I mean is, let's come here and see. Let me refresh this. Using the initial example we did, we have a -2 minus a 6. So we are taking this initial value here, this index 0 minus sign in the index 0, and we are adding it to this substring, which is our variable sub value that we created. Is a substring of 2 to the end of the expression.value. So in this substring, we also want to take another substring of these 2 up to this point, and then when we get that, we would add a bracket or a parenthesis and include the value here 6 and a negative sign in front of it. So let's get that done. Then we now have plus sub value dot substring and we are starting our substring from the 0 index of the sub value variable to expression.length, expression.value, rather to the index of the minus in our sub value, of the minus sign, +1. Then we are adding that to an open parenthesis and the minus, also adding that to sub value again, the substring, then sub value, index of our minus sign, then +1, sub value of length, and finally we will now add the closing parenthesis. Then for input value, all we need to do is just add a negative sign concatenated with the current input value. Now we can save this and take a look at what we have. So we'll go back to the code now and we'll try to refresh. If we pass a 2, I will multiply that by a 6 and we click this. You can see it's no longer happening because we have disintegrated or segregated the initial minus from the other minuses in the code. Now we'll move to the other aspect of the plus and minus button. Now the next aspect of the code is to ensure that when we have an expression like this and we click the plus and minus button again, it removes these brackets and then brings it back to the initial form it was before we added a negative sign to the input value. What I mean is, if for now, if we click this, it only removes the initial negative sign, which is not what we want. But if we come to the finished app and let's refresh this, and we have that kind of setting where we have it in the app we're working on, and we click this, it removes it and brings it up each time we click on it as a toggling. So we need to add that effect here as well. So let's get this done immediately. Then we're going to come down here again and create an if statement block. And of course, this will become an else if. And let's copy this condition here. and paste it up here. Then let's delete all this and let's just say expression dot value dot includes that bracket. So once expression dot value includes that bracket, what we want to happen? We want to update expression dot value to expression dot value dot substring from the value in index 0, from index 0 to expression dot value dot index of the open bracket. So this is the first thing we want to do. We want to pick the substring of expression.value up to the point we have the index of that open parenthesis. Then we want to add expression.value dot substring, and right now we are picking the substring from the index of the open bracket or open parenthesis in the expression.value to the end of expression.value dot length. Then after picking that, we are going to replace all the brackets and then the negative sign. The way we are going to do that is we're going to use a regular expression, and within that we are going to pass a minus and the bracket. Then we are replacing that with an empty string. Then for the input value.value, we are simply going to replace the negative sign in it with an empty string. So let's save this and see what we have so far. We come back to our work here and refresh. Then we say a 2 minus a 6. When we click this, it comes up. When we click again, it goes up. When we click this, it comes up. When we click again, it goes up. So now let's move to the next aspect of our plus and minus button. In this aspect, we are going to be looking at a scenario where a dot sign is terminating the expression.value. In that case, whenever we click a plus and minus button, we want nothing to happen. What I mean is this. If you have a scenario like this, for instance, and we click the plus and minus button, we don't want anything to happen until we have a complete number. You will see what happens. You see, now we are having a bracket coming up, but we don't want that until we have a complete number or a decimal number in our input value. How do we get this done? Right here, we come in between our code here, and then we create, of course, an if block. And of course, this becomes an else if. Then within our condition here, we pick this. Let's copy this and paste it here. Then what we want here is expression.value at the last index, which is expression.value.length minus 1. That's the value in the last index. and then we want that to be equals to a dot. So if we save this, we're not going to put any code here because we don't want anything to happen. So if we save this and then go back up here, we refresh and see we'll have 2 plus 3 decimal, and we click this, nothing is going to happen except we now complete it with something else. Then we can have this happening. Now we'll move to the next aspect of the plus and minus button. Our next scenario is where if we have an answer in our expression.value, what I mean is this. Let's say we have a 2 plus 3 and we have an answer, and then we click a plus and a minus button. We want that answer to also continue by the negative sign adding to the front of the number or not in both the input value.value and the expression value.value. In this case, if we click this, we see the negative sign is coming in front of the answer, but that's not what we want. We want it to come, we want the whole of this to be updated to exactly what is happening within the input value.value field. How do we get that done? Now we'll come back to our code, and then of course we come down here and create an if block, an if statement, and of course this is going to be an else if. And here we'll pick our e.target.text content is equal to plus and minus, paste it up here. Then the next condition we want to be fulfilled is if expression.value dot includes the string answer. Then what do we want to happen in this case? What we want to happen is going to still be like an if else statement within this if block. So if input value dot value dot includes a negative sign, what we want to do is to update expression.value to be equals to what we have in the input value.value, and at the same time we'll leave input value.value as it is. Then else what we want to achieve is to add a negative sign to input value.value and use it to update expression.value, and also input value.value would also be updated to a negative sign plus itself. So let's save this and see what we have. Let's refresh. Now if we have a 2 plus 3 and we quit that, we have an answer, and we click this, as you can see it's updating that, and we can now continue with the arithmetic operation and do whatever we so desire to do. Now we're going to move to a scenario whereby if we have a bracket or a parenthesis in our expression.value and we click either a dot or a number, something has to happen. But for now, if we refresh now and we try to do something, let's say we have a 3 here and we click this and make it a minus, and then we want to add something to that, it doesn't work, or 7, it doesn't work, rather it's adding and updating what we have here. But in the finished calculator here, if we have a 2 plus a 3 and maybe we update that to a minus 3, we can still update this to a decimal number, and it updates what we have within here, and we can as well clear that. And let's say we have we don't want to make it a decimal number, rather we want to make it another number, a non-decimal number. We can still concatenate what we have within here. So how do we achieve this in our own work? Now we're going to do of course we're going to create an if block here, and then of course this is going to become an else if. And then within our else if here, of course, this time around, we are not working on a e.target.text content is equal to a plus and minus. Rather, we are working on a number. We are working on a number. Let's try to use this regular expression dot text e.target dot text content. So if it's a number, if either target or text content is a digit, or either target or text content equals to a decimal. So let's enclose all this in a bracket and then compare it to and expression.value that includes an open bracket. So in this case, we want to update expression.value by using the substring method of JavaScript string. And how do we do that? We are going to replace what we have in between those parentheses with what we now are clicking or concatenating it with what the digit we click and also the decimal button we click. So how we are going to do that now is to replace what are we replacing this time around? We want to replace expression.value.substring the substring we want is expression.value .index, and of course index of that open parenthesis, and then expression.value.length length. Okay, then we must have replaced we'll just pick that substring that's from the end or from this index.value. From this point in that in expression.value, every value from this point down to the end of our expression.value, we want to replace it, and we want to replace everything there with, of course, another open bracket, then also concatenate that with whatever we will have in the input value.value, and of course we concatenate that with either target.text content, whatever we clicked, whether a number or a decimal, and then finally we add the closing parenthesis. That's that for expression.value. Then for input value.value, we simply concatenate it with itself. So now let's save and see what we have so far. Let's refresh. So if we have a 2 plus a 3, and let's say we have a negative of that, and we click a dot, oh, it doesn't work. Let's see, there's a mistake somewhere in our code. Okay, there's a wrong spelling here, a spelling error of expression here. All right, now let's save and see what we have. Let's refresh. So if we have a 2 plus a 3 and we have a parenthesis like this. Now we click a dot. Oh, it doesn't still work. Let's see if there's an error again somewhere. Oh, this should be expression.value.replace. All right, let's save. Okay, if we come here and we refresh this, if we have a 2 plus 3 and we click this and we click a dot, oh, our input value.value has an error. Oh my god, no, this should be e.target.textContent. e.target.textContent. Let's save that. We are not concatenating it with itself, but we are concatenating input value.value with what we clicked in the text content. So now let's refresh. If we now say 2 plus 3 and we have this. So right now we can now update accordingly, and when we can clear also this accordingly. The clear button is not working efficiently here. Let's go back and see what we're not doing correctly. There's something we missed out, which we needed to add to every line of code to be able to debug errors that we included before. Let's use it now to detect where we need to update. So in order for us to get a correct result there, let's add this to all the lines of code on every block. So now let's save and see where that error could be coming from. If we refresh, we have a 2 plus a 3, and we try to clear this. We expect that everything should go off, but here we are not seeing that happening. So if we click this, it's not going off all. So let's minimize this code and then go to our console.log. Sorry, our console, JavaScript console. And let's click. Okay, our click is happening on line 234 and 243. So let's go back to our code and update those lines 243 and 234. Let's start from 234. Okay, this says if e.target.textContent is CE, okay, 243, else this. Okay, all right. Okay, this is what's happening, but we don't want this to, we want the condition that is happening up here. Okay, right here, we need to include that condition of a bracket in all these clear error conditions as well. Okay, if either target or text content is CE and we have this, okay, we now need to include that condition as well in all the codes there. We have to include that. So let's copy everything here. So the same thing happening there, we want also to happen, or if either targeted text content is that, and then expression dot value dot includes this. So that's it. We are going to copy this line of code and then update all the ones accordingly for the CE button. Paste this up here and then close all this. Also, we come down here and do likewise. Update this. And as well, we'll come down here and do likewise and update this. And of course, we come down here and do likewise and update this. Okay, now let's save, and then let's go back to code up here. Now let's go back and run the program. Let's zoom this out. Okay, so now if we have a 2 plus a 3 and we have this, we can update accordingly, and when we click the C button, good, that's exactly what we wanted to achieve. Then we can now go ahead and update. We can have this dot. So when we click this, it updates. Now let's move to the other aspect of the code. In this aspect of the code, we want to work on a scenario whereby if we have maybe a parenthesis and we by adding a negative value and we click a dot, we won't be unable to click another dot or add another dot when there is already a dot existing. But in this case, if we keep clicking this dot, you see that it's adding up concatenating with the dot that is already in the code. So let's go to the finished calculator and see how it works here. Here, if we have a dot and we have a 3 and we have this and we click a dot once, and we cannot add any other dot to our program or our calculator. So now let's go back to our app and see how we can get that done. As usual, we are going to start another if statement here, and of course add our curly braces, and then of course this is going to be an else if. Then within our condition here, we're going to copy this and paste it up here, but this time we don't just want a digit, and this is going to be expression.target. We are testing expression.target, expression.value rather, and then we want expressions that are more than this, not just a digit. We want also an expression that includes a bracket, an open bracket, and then also a minus sign, a digit, and then a dot. So when we have this expression of value, and at the same time we have expression e.target text content. The text content is a dot. We don't want anything to happen, so we're not going to write anything in the code block here. All we need to do is just to save, and let's go back up and see what we have. If we refresh this, then we say a 2 plus a 3, a negative 3, and we add a dot, and we click a dot, nothing happens. Now that ends this aspect of the code. Now let's move to the next aspect of this code. Now we want to work on a scenario where if we have an arithmetic expression that includes a parenthesis, and we click any of these arithmetic signs, it gives us the result of the computation. Let's say here we now add a 2, and then we click a plus. We want to see the result of this arithmetic expression appear here and also up here. But now in this case, if we click a plus, it doesn't happen. But in the finished calculator, if we do this and we click a plus, you see the result comes up here and also comes up here. So how do we get that achieved in our own work? We'll create an if block, if statement, and of course this becomes an else if. And here we'll put our condition. The condition that we want here is expression.value dot includes open parenthesis, and also and e.target dot text content equals to a plus or either target of text content equals to a minus or times or a division. can move this inwards. Then let's wrap this all up in a parenthesis. Then within our code block here, what we want to happen is no other thing than to ensure that we evaluate the result of the expression in expression.value. So we are evaluating the results. Then of course we're going to convert that to local string. And of course we'll use our object, our options object here. Then for expression.value, of course we want to take this same thing here, paste it over here, and this time we want to replace the commas in the local string with an empty string. With an empty string. So, and of course we are going to include options here, options object, as we've always done before. And we are going to add two major parameters. We want the minimum fraction digit, 0, and also we want the maximum fraction digit to be 9. Okay, so at this point there's something we're not doing correctly. So let's take a look at where we're having a mistake somewhere. Okay, here we are not assigning, we need to use the equality sign, not the assignment operator. So, okay, right now we can save and see what we have. So when we come here now and we have a 2 plus a 3 and negative of this point, let's say 7, and we click a plus. Oh, it's not working. Let's see what we're doing wrongly. Okay, this should be US, capital S. Alright, let's save now and see what we have. Oh, let's still go and look at it. There is an error somewhere. Okay, this should be n-us. n-us. Okay, now let's save and see what we have. If we refresh this and we have 2 plus 3 negative, let's say 0.7, and we have a plus. Okay, and that's it. But here we want the sign that we clicked also to be in front of the expression.value, so we can continue another expression or another arithmetic expression. That means we're going to come back here now and add either target or text content to this. Now let's save and see what we have. We have a 2 plus 3, negative of that, 0.7. Correct. So now we have to move to the other aspect of the code. Right now we'll be working on the percentage button, after which we'll do the memory button and then end the program. So for the percentage button, we want a scenario where if we click any number and we click the percentage button, it gives us the percentage of that number. Now, like we have it here, if we have, for instance, a 5 and we click a percentage button, we see the result appear here at the same time appear here as well. So how do we get that achieved? First and foremost, as usual, we'll come down to our function here and we'll create an if statement. And of course, this becomes an else if. Then our condition here would be if either target dot text content equals to a percentage, then what would we want to happen? We want expression.value, or we want input value.value to be equals to input value.value divided by 100. Then we want to pass float of this by converting the result to a number. That's what pass float does. It converts the result of that arithmetic operation to a number. And then of course we need to replace input value.value into a commaless string. And then the result will be converted to local string. And of course, and then our options object. Then next we come to our expression.value. And that will just be input value.value dot replace, or let me just copy all we have here. And then of course we're going to bring in our options, object. And this time we just want to pass maximum significant digit. To be 12. Okay, I need to add this here too, just for cleanness of the code. And this ought to be maximum, not maximum. So let's save this and see what we have. So we'll refresh this and we'll click any number. And then we'll click the percentage button. Oh, it's not working. Something might be wrong somewhere. Let's take a look at it. Okay, this should be pass float. All right, let's save and see what we have. So if we have any number and we click the percent button, whoa, it's not working again. Let's see any error. Or let's now, this time around, let's use our console.log, or sorry, our JavaScript console to check for errors in our code so that we'll be faster in debugging error. Okay, let's clear what we have here and let's try to click the percent button again. Okay, let's do again what we have and then click this. Okay, that's the error. Pass float is not defined. Pass float is not defined. Okay, let's go back and see there's something wrong with our pass float on line 161. All right, let's go back here. Pass float is not defined. Okay, I think this should be small letter P, not capital letter P. Sorry, we're using our camel case here. So this should be small letter P, not capital letter P. So it's seeing it as a value and not a method. Alright, so now let's see what we have. So if we have this and we click our percent button, good. That's working appropriately. Now let's move to the other aspect of the percentage button. In this aspect, we want to work on a scenario whereby if we click the percentage button, when there is an arithmetic operation sign in front of the expression.value, the percentage result updates what we have here and still has that plus sign in front of the expression.value, and at the same time updates here as well. What I mean is, let's come here and see, okay, we already have an instance here. Let's say we have a 2 and we have a percent. You see, it's giving us 2%. But if we have a scenario where, let's say we have a 20 plus, and we click the percentage button, it gives us the percentage of that, of a 20, and also gives us a percentage of a 20 here, including the plus sign that we just clicked in front of the expression.value. But now in our own case, if we have a 20 and we have a plus and we click a percent sign, you see it updates that here, updates here, and then removes the plus sign. So how do we update this accordingly? Now we're going to come back to our code. As usual, we create an if statement. And of course, this becomes an else if. Then in our condition there, we'll copy this. And then we have, of course, an if. Then we'll put that condition in using a regular expression. Then, of course, our regular expression comes in here. The regular expression we want is we have an optional minus, first and foremost, and then followed by a digit, and then followed by any of the signs. Okay, no, we cannot go that route. Let's use individual signs, because if we use any of the signs, it's going to come and have an effect when we click a plus and minus button, because the signs are also here. So we don't want this to be able to occur. So we're going to ensure we hard code that to a particular sign, which is a plus. We're also going to do for a minus, a times, and a division. So right now we're going to input our code here. So input value.value would be exactly what we have here. Then of course we are still going to copy what we have here and paste up here. Then expression.value will now be a disintegration of the expression.value by using the substring, JavaScript string substring method. We are going to use that to disintegrate the expression.value into two parts, the part before the operation sign, and then from the operation sign to the end of the string, which is the operation sign, basically the operation sign itself. And the way we're going to do that is we'll say expression.value.substring. The first substring starts from 0 to the point where expression.value.index of. This in this case now is the plus sign, because that's what we're working upon. Then divided by 100. Then we are adding this to another substring. Substring. Then this one is definitely going to start from the expression.value.index of. plus, and then it's going to end at expression.value.length length. So I hope we're not having a spelling error anywhere in the code. Okay, now let's save this now and see what we have. Let's come up here. Okay, now let's refresh. Now if we have a 20 and we have a plus and we click this, okay, it's updating here, but it's not updating expression.value. That means there's an error in the expression.value. Expression.value, 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 expression.value. Okay, this should be expression. Expression, not expression. Alright, let's take a look at this now and see if we refresh. We have 20 and plus, then if we click this, okay, that's now working appropriately. So whatever we want to do here, let's say we have this kind of this thing, and we click a plus setting, and we click a plus and we click this, it's going to update here and also update the percentage here, and leaving our sign for us to continue further arithmetic operation. Now let's move to the next aspect of the percentage button. The next thing we need to do now is to replicate the same thing we did for the plus button for the minus, times, and division button. So we're just going to come to our code. That's going to be fairly easy. So we'll just copy everything that we have here and then paste here. Only that we are just going to change the index here to, for this one now, it's going to be a minus, and at the same time it's going to be a -2. Then we paste also for the next sign. And here we also change this to a multiplication, and here also a multiplication, and of course we need to change here to a multiplication, and then come down here and change this to a minus. Then we'll finally paste that for the division sign. And this is going to be division, and of course here also we have a division, and of course here also we have a division. Then we'll save now. Then this code is going to work right now for both all the signs. So we will have 20 plus and we click percentage, it's happening here. When we have 20 minus, we click a percentage, it's also going to work. When we have 20 and a multiplication, we click a percentage, it's also working. And we have 20 and we click a division and we click a percentage, it's also working. So now we'll move to the other aspect of the code. In this aspect, what we want to achieve is, let's say for instance, we have the 0.2 and then we click a 30 and then we'll click a percentage sign. We only want the 30 to be converted to percentage down here and also down here, without the first number that we already have in our expression.value being affected. So we want this to be 0.3 and also the 30 to be 0.3, and 0.2 should have remained here, just like we have it here. If we have a 30 here, for instance, and we click a percentage, you see the 0.2 is not affected. It's only the next value that we are changing to a percentage whenever an arithmetic operation next value has already been included. So how do we do this? We're going to come back to our code right now, and then we, of course, add our if statement. And of course, this is going to become an else if. This is almost similar to all that we have here. I will copy everything here and paste up here. Then the condition as well, I will copy what we have here paste up here. Only that I'll edit this now to be an additional digit instead of a sign after the digit here. Then we have a sign. Okay, after the digit we have a sign and then an additional digit. Let's start with a plus sign. Let's start with the plus sign. So for the plus sign, of course, we have input value.value remains what it is here. Then the expression.value, the substring is where we are now going to change. Instead of having index of a plus just like that, we are going to have index of a plus 1. Then we'll remove we'll divide. We're not dividing the first one by 100, but rather the next one by 100. So this is going to be plus 1 as well. To expression.value.length. So the one we are dividing by 100, of course, is the next substring, which is everything we have here. So we are going to take this now and divide by 100. This is for the plus. For the case where we have a plus sign, let's test and see if it's working appropriately. Then we can copy and paste that on other signs. So if we have a 20 plus or 30, for instance, and we click the percentage sign, good. The 20 remains the way it is, just the 30 is being converted. So now that we have done this for a plus sign successfully, we can now copy and update for other signs. We can now paste and then update for the minus case. And here we of course we are going to have the index of a minus. Okay, let's start with the times first and foremost before we update that of a minus, because of the peculiarity of the minus sign. Then we have a times here as well. Then let's do for a division. Then we update this to the division, and of course this would be the division and this would be the division. Then we now enter into a minus sign. And of course we have a minus here, and then we have a minus here, and then we have a minus here. Let's save and see what happened in all those scenarios. So now if we refresh and we have, let's say, a 20 minus a 30, and we click a %, it's affecting that. Okay, let's say we have a 20 times a 30, and we click a %, it's affecting that. And let's say we have a 20 divided by a 30, and we click a %, we have something happening there. But in the case of a minus, if we have, for instance, a minus sign and then another minus, and then we have a 30 and we click a %, you see it's not going to work because the two minus signs are conflicting, because it's the first one that the index of sign matches first. Now let's move to the case of this and see how we are going to solve this. The way we are going to solve this is to create a substring of the expression of value excluding the first item in the string, which is the negative sign or whatever might be the first item. We just want to work with the expression of value substring from index 1, leaving out index 0. Then we'll now come back and concatenate index 0 with what we have in the remaining part of the string. So how do we do this? We will just come up here and update what we have here. We're going to create another variable. Let's call this sub value, or just sub val. And what sub val is going to be is a substring of expression.value dot substring from index 1 to expression.value dot length. Okay, so now we are going to now be working with this sub value onwards in our code here and in our expression.value here. Instead of having expression.value.substring here, we are going to be changing all this expression.value to sub value. Everywhere we have expression.value, we will change it to sub-value. We will come out also here and change it to sub-value. We'll also change this one to sub-value. Okay, and then because we've changed that, we need to concatenate that with the initial string, which is the string, the item or the text in index 0, which now gonna be expression.value index 0. So now we have solved that problem successfully. Let's now go and see what we have. For the case of a minus, if we have a 20 minus and we have a minus 30, and we'll click this. Oh, it's not working. Let's see the error we are having here. Okay, let's go through console and see if we have a clue on the reason for the error. Okay, it says the expression is not defined. Okay, 156, there's a wrong spelling of expression. We have a triple S in line 157. Line 157, okay, here. Okay, this is the problem. So let's save. Now we come up here and see what we have now. If we refresh this and we say 20 minus 30. Okay, good. Now it's working. Good. Now let's move to the other aspect of the percentage button and wrap it up before we move to our memory buttons. So now in this case, what we want to do is to see what would happen, or work on what would happen when we click the percentage button when there is a parenthesis in our expression.value. What I mean is, if we have, for instance, a 20 minus a 30, or rather a minus 30, we have a parenthesis here, and then we click this. You see what's happening is that it's not happening. What's happening here is not correct, because we only want the 30 inside the parenthesis and then the input value to be converted into a percentage, while this is left out. That's exactly what we have in the finished calculator here. If we have a 20 minus a 30 and a negative of that, and we pick this, you can see the percentage is only affecting what's inside the parenthesis and as well as what is in the input value field. So how do we get this done? We'll come back to our code here, and then basically we've done something similar to that before, but we're going to copy what we have here and paste it up here, and then this is going to be an else if. Then in this case, we want a scenario where expression.value.includes that bracket, open parenthesis. So every other thing will remain as it is, only that we are going to be changing this to that open parenthesis. And we are adding that to this. This would be an open parenthesis. And then we will now close up with concatenating it with an open parenthesis. Then we are going to be adding an open parenthesis here too. So we'll pick the first value, then add an open parenthesis, then take this one, divide by 100, the second substring divided by 100, then add a closing parenthesis, not an open one. This time around, a closing parenthesis. So let's save this and see what we have. Let's refresh. So if we have a 23 minus 60, negative of this, and we click this. Oh, this saying a none. Let's see the reason for that. Let's go back to our code. Okay, we're going to update this more. We're going to update this further. So we don't need to add this since we are moving a step further by +1. This is going to go off. We don't need that. The open parenthesis is already going to be included by this. Then we don't want to go to the end of the string. Rather, we want to go a step backwards. So 1 plus length minus 1. Then finally, we will now add our closing parenthesis. Good. So now let's save this and see what we have. So if we refresh this now and we say 20 minus 60 negative that and this. Good. This is what we want to achieve. Now let's move to the final part of this code. In the final aspect of this code, we are going to work on all our 4 memory buttons. For now, if we click any of the buttons, it will just appear on the screen and concatenate as we did right in the previous lines of code. But that's not what we want. We want something else to happen whenever we click on any of those buttons. We are going to start with the M+ button. So let's go up and say what we want is whenever we have 0 in the input value and expression of value and we click the M+, we don't want anything to happen. We are going to start with that just like we have it here. This is 0. If we click this, it's not gonna, nothing is gonna happen because the M+ is meant to sign or maybe assign values or store values that are numbers that are in the input value field. Since there is no number, we don't want anything to happen. It's not storing anything, so it should just basically do nothing. So let's go to our code now and write that code. So we'll create an if statement, and of course this becomes an else if. So what we want here is if either target.getContent. Let's copy this and paste here, and let this make this would be M+ an expression of value. Let's use input value dot value equals to 0. So we're not going to write any code here because we don't want anything to happen. So let's go back and see if that's working. Let's refresh. So right now, if we click this M+, nothing's going to happen. If you click M-, something is going to happen because we've not written any code for that. Now let's move to the other aspects of the memory button. So now the next phase in our memory button is if we have any number in our memory and we click the M+, we want that value to be stored in a memory. Let's say we click this M+, we want it to be stored in a memory, just like we have here. If we click a 23 and we click an M+, it is stored in a memory. So whenever we do a memory recall, that number comes up. So how do we store the value we clicked, the value in the input value in memory using the M+ button? So now let's go up into our code now and write that code for that. Then of course we'll create an if statement here. Then of course this is going to become an else if. Then in here we have he.target.textContent, and we'll copy this. And then what we have here is input value.value, it's not equal to 0. Then what we want is let's just copy what we have here, or rather we want to create a local storage. We'll create a local storage, so we'll say local storage, we'll say local storage dot set item. We want to create a local storage, and let's call that local storage stored value. And what do we want to store in the local storage? Basically, we want to store input value dot value. So we want to store what is in the input value dot value, and also we create another local storage and give it another name, dot set item. Let's call this memory. There's a reason for this which I'm going to explain later, and also the same input value dot value. So let's save. So with this, we've stored whatever we have in the input value dot value. Sorry, this should be dot value in these two memory banks. Let's come up here and then refresh. So if we have a 23 here and we click this, it has been saved. What is here has already been saved in a memory, but we can't use it for anything yet because we've not written a line of code for any code for memory recall, which we are going to do now. Okay, before we move to the memory recall, we are going to finish up with the M+ button. The next thing we want is each time we click the M+ button, we want the value stored in the memory to be added to the initial value that was stored in memory, like what we have here. If we click the M button again and we click memory recall, we are now having 46. If we click it again and we click the memory recall again, we are having 69, which is 46 plus 23 that was initially added. So we are going to do that here quickly. So we're going to copy all we have here, and then we'll of course paste it up here and then make it an else if here. Then what we want is, if what we have is an M+ and input value dot value, okay, no, we are going to take this off, and then we can say local storage dot set item is not equal to a null. We say local storage dot set item, dot get item stored value. Now we are getting what we stored. It's not equal to a null. That something is actually in the local storage value, in the stored value bucket where we stored our value. If something is there, what we want to update what we have in the stored value local storage to something else. So local storage dot stored item set item now would be an addition of what we already have. Let's use this. We want to add two values, so we are adding the value we have in the local storage dot set item before, the current value we have in the local storage dot set item. We are adding local storage dot get item. Let me copy this. Okay, we are going to add this to memory. So we want to evaluate that. Whatever is in those two values, we want to take an evaluation of that. And of course we have this. Let's see if we have an error somewhere. Okay, sorry, this has to be, we didn't put our it's a string, so we need to put our backticks. Okay, let me see, we're evaluating this plus this. Alright, that's what we want to evaluate. Then after evaluating this, and of course we would like to still convert our result to local string, and then this earn US, and we have our options object here. So of course we would need to bring in our options object. Let's copy, okay, let's just pick this here and paste it up here and save this. So this is what we want to happen. So we have picked the local storage of set item. We're updating this stored value right now to an evaluation of what we have in the local storage of get item before or currently, plus what we have in the memory, which is this stored value here, which is the initial value that was stored. And then the result of that is what we are setting up in the local storage right now. So we're updating the local storage now with what we have there. let's come up here and see that. So if we refresh this and we click this, local storage has been updated, but we cannot see the value because we've not added a code to MR yet. We've not written a code for the memory recall button. So let's still write a code for the memory minus before we write the code for the memory recall. This is basically doing a subtraction of what we did here. The memory minus button does a subtraction. So we are just going to copy everything that we have here, and then we paste that for the memory minus button. So instead of a memory plus this time, we're having a memory minus, and instead of a plus here, we're gonna have a minus. So that's that for memory minus. And of course, we don't want anything to happen when we click memory minus and there is nothing in the input value. So we are also going to add this condition to that of a memory plus when nothing is happening here. So this is going to be or this condition, sorry, Control V, is equal to a null. So if these two conditions are true, nothing happens. Good. So now we are done with the memory plus and memory minus button. Let's now write what's going to happen with the memory recall button. So of course this is going to be an else if. First and foremost, we are going to do the case where if input value is 0, let's copy this and convert to, then this should be memory recall. So we are going to do a scenario where if input value is equal to 0, okay, let's copy this, and of course this would be memory recall. And then first and foremost, if input value equals to 0, we want to replace what we have in the input value field with what we have in our memory. So input value will be reassigned to whatever we have in our memory, local storage.get item, and that memory is our stored value. And of course expression.value will be equals to input value.value. Now let's save and see what we have. If we refresh and we click the memory recall button, oh, we don't have anything in memory. Okay, let's try to save something to memory. Let's clear off and click this. Okay, it's not affecting. Let's see what's happening. Okay, we are having a couple of issues with our notations here. This stored value, this should be small letter, capital letter, and this also, we are not using the correct notations, and here as well. And okay, this correct, 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 this correct. That's to tell you that JavaScript is case sensitive, and we have to use the camel case notation, which we did not do correctly. So now let's save this and let's see what we have. If we have a 23 and we click on M+, if we click clear this, okay, good, it's now working. So if we click this again and we click this, oh, it's not working. Let's check again what we have in the other M+ code. Okay, here when I click the M plus button, I shouldn't be updating this again. I shouldn't be updating the memory. The memory should remain stagnant. It should just be the initial value, which is here. I shouldn't update it here. There. Like as well, M minus, I shouldn't update this here too. I'm only updating the stored value. The memory value stored remains as it is. Okay, let me save this and see. If I click the memory recall, I now have a 46. If I click M plus again and I click memory recall, alright, let me bring in our console.log check up so I can see where my issue is coming from amongst all the memory buttons. Let me plug in that all over my code. Okay, so now let me refresh again and click my memory recall button, press my N plus, click my memory recall. Okay, now let me go to my JavaScript console and see what is triggering that effect in my expression.value so that I can work on it. Okay, it says it's 487 and the 487th line of code is coming up. Okay, let me go to our code and go to line 487. Line 487 is basically where we started from, the initial command we gave. So that's just, we need to update the code. We've not brought the condition up that is going to address that. So what we did here is memory recall value and input value is equal to 0 or it's not equal to 0. It doesn't matter if it's equal to 0 and if it's not equal to a null. That's there is something in the local storage. Let me copy what I have here and paste up here. Let me enclose this, close this in a parenthesis, and also enclose this. So when I save this now and I come back to my code, let me close this and let me refresh this. So I have my memory recall as 92. When I add again and I click again, good. Add again and I click again, good. So when I do a memory minus and I recall, it drops down by that same amount in our memory. So this is working effectively. Let's go back to, okay, this is where we were in the memory. Now let's move to other aspects of the memory button, which is the M recall and also the M cancel. There are still some effects or some functions we need to add to the memory recall before we eventually move to the memory cancel. Right now, we are moving to a scenario whereby if we have a digit and a sign in the expression.value and we click our memory recall, it adds the value in the memory to the operation, signifying that we want to use it to perform an arithmetic operation. What I mean is this: for instance, if we have maybe a 23 plus from the finished calculator here, we have a plus, then we click a memory recall, it adds the value in our memory to the arithmetic operation and also updates the input value accordingly, and then we can perform an arithmetic operation with what we have in the memory. Now we want to perform that same thing here, but for now, if we do this in our own work so far and we click the memory recall, it only updates what we have here and what we have here with the memory recall value. But that's not what we want. So how do we achieve that? For us to do that, we'll go into our code now and then create an if statement, and of course this becomes an else if. Then in our condition, we can copy what we have here and paste it up here. Only that we need to update the condition right now. Then here, instead of having input value.value is 0, we are going to put a regular expression, and what is going to be in our regular expression is a digit and an operation sign. And of course, that's test expression.value. So if we have this scenario, and then we also have our local storage .get item stored value dot includes a negative sign, but rather we don't want that to be included, rather does not include a negative sign. There's a reason for this. Now let's come back to our finished app here. If our memory value includes a negative sign, therefore the memory we are recalling is a negative sign, and in such case a parenthesis has to enclose what we are adding behind the memory. What I mean is, for instance, let's go back to this and let me clear what we have in the memory. Let's say, for instance, we have a -2. We added a -2 to the memory, and then we want to perform an operation with that, and we say plus. Then when we click the memory recall, it adds parentheses and then with a -2 in between it, and we can now continue our work as before. But in our own case right now, I can't cancel memory yet, but if I try to do that, it's not going to work if it's a negative value that is in the memory. What we are doing right now is a scenario where what is in the memory is not a negative value. So let's just finish this, then we'll go to the case where the memory, what is in the memory is a negative value. By then we must have added our memory cancel, then we'll test it and see what we are actually talking about. So in this case now, we just want to update input value dot value to exactly what we have in the memory. Let's just copy this and paste it over here, and at the same time expression.value will just be a concatenation of what we have in the memory. So let's save this now and see what we've done so far. So if we come back now and then let's refresh this and try to do let's say 29 plus memory recall. Oh, it's still updating. Let's see that it's a mistake somewhere. Now let's change this. Instead of saying local storage is not a null, let's just move that and say this. And paste it here and then say not. Instead of using local storage, now we use this and say if either target is memory recall and this is not what is in the expression.value, then this runs. But if this is what is in the expression.value, this runs. So let's save this now and refresh this. So if we have maybe a 29 plus memory recall, still not working. Let's see what we are doing again that is wrong. Okay, I think we have a spelling error here. This should be value and not value. Okay, now let's save and let's now go back and see. Refresh and we say maybe 29 plus memory recall. Okay, this is now working appropriately. So in like manner, we are also going to move quickly to the next aspect, and that's the aspect where we also have something similar to this, but this time we want a situation where local storage includes a minus, not does not include. This time around includes a minus. So we are going to copy exactly what we have here and then come up here and paste this and then remove the not operator here. And then if it includes a minus, we want to concatenate this, but before then we also want to add the open parenthesis and in the end as well add the closing parenthesis. So this is going to solve that case scenario, but it's not going to work now because what we already have in the memory is a positive value and we've not yet written a code for memory cancel to cancel what we have and then update it to a negative value to be able to test that. Meanwhile, we'll move to the other part of the memory button. Right now, we want a scenario whereby we can update or replace the next value in our expression.value whenever we click the memory recall button with what we have in the memory. What I mean is, for instance, we'll have a 23 plus 900 and we click a memory recall. We want to remove what we have here and replace it with what we have in the memory to be able to perform an arithmetic operation with that. So how do we get that done? We'll move into our code now and create an if block, if statement block. And then of course we add our else if here. And then within the condition here, we can copy this and then we change this condition to a plus sign and then another digit. This was going to be in the arithmetic operation. And then we have if it doesn't include an if expression.value, if local storage. Let's just copy this because we're gonna need this. Let's copy this and paste up here. So if local storage doesn't include a minus sign, what we want is to replace expression.value with whatever is in the local storage, but what we are replacing is not everything in the expression.value. We are only replacing whatever comes after the plus sign or after any arithmetic operation sign. But for now, we are working on the plus sign. So how do we do that? We are going to take what we are replacing is the expression.value.substring. Then we're also going to copy this. The substring we are picking starts from the index of the plus sign, and of course +1, up to the expression.value.length. So that's the substring we are replacing. And what we are replacing that with is what we have in the local storage .get item. So that's going to do. Then for input value.value, we only want to update that to what we have in the local storage. So let's save this now and go back to our app and see what we have. Let's say we have a 23 plus 600, and we'll click the memory recall button. Good. We want to update that and then now use our memory recall to get our result. So right now we are going to do this for all the buttons and also do it for a case scenario where what we have in the input value contains a negative sign. And of course, you know, that has to include some parentheses and then the value of the local storage in between. So we are going to copy this and replicate it for the case where there is a negative sign in the input value or the stored value in the input value in the local storage. So in this case, we still have the same condition, but this time around, it's not a negative sign. So if it's not a negative sign, what we are replacing that with is definitely going to be an open parenthesis, concatenating that with the local string, with the local storage value, and also concatenating that with the closing parenthesis. That's the case when there is a negative sign in our local storage and then input value.value remains as it is. So we are going to copy these two right now and then update for all other signs. This for plus, we'll use this to update for the case where we have a multiplication. The case where we have a multiplication, and in such case all the signs now will change to a multiplication sign, and here as well we change to a multiplication sign, and on this line as well we change this to a multiplication sign, and on this line as well we don't have to change anything here, and here nothing, but here we change to a multiplication sign. Here we change to a multiplication, no, this shouldn't be changed. This shouldn't be changed. Okay, here we're changing to a multiplication sign. Okay, I think that's that for multiplication. Alright, now we do for a division sign. We paste the same thing and then update this to the division sign. And also update this to the division sign. Then we come over here. We update this to a division sign, and we update this to the division sign. Then we're also gonna do for the minus sign. Then for the minus, we update this to a minus sign. We update this to a minus sign. We update this to a minus sign, and we update this to a minus sign. So that's what I want to have. Let's save and then go back and see what we have. So if we have 23 plus 600, I will click the memory recall, it replaces that. And let's clear the 23. Let's say we now have, okay, let's replace that with a minus. Okay, we have an odd behavior in that replacement there. So we gotta go back to our code and see what we need to update so that we can correct that properly. So let's come to our console.log and then try to see what is happening. Okay, let's clear everything, then do what we did before. 23 plus 600, click our memory recall, it's working. Then we canceled what we want to do. Then what we wanted to do was to replace this to a minus and then repeat what we did before. So but when we click the minus, it updated what we had and then included the minus in front of that. So the point where that is happening is 505 in our code. So let's go to line 505 and update what we have on line 505 to something better. This is just how to ensure this code works and it's as flexible as possible so that any update can be done on the flow by the developer. So here we did something here. We said input value.value replace this. Okay, this is exactly what we told the computer to do or the program to do. That's why it's doing that. But we can also do the same thing using another form. So instead of having this, because of that case scenario, and then we can update this, we can clear this and then say expression.value replace. So now let's replace what we have in expression.value.length -1. Sorry, expression of value at the index of expression of value.length -1. Okay, we want to replace that with either target.text content. So right now we close this parenthesis here. So because we have a condition where if we have this regular expression and either target or text content is any of the signs. So now let's save this and then go back to our code right now. Let's go back to the top and then come back here and let's close this and let's refresh. Then let's go back and see again if we have a 23 plus a 600 and we click this, it updates. Then we clear it. Then we want to change this to a minus sign. Okay, it's not triggering. Let's inspect again and see why. It said expression.value.replace is not a function. Okay, replace. Okay, I didn't do that correctly. Replace. So let's go back. I need to correct the spelling of replace. Okay, this should be replace. All right, let's save and go back to the top of our code here. Okay, now let's save. Let's now go back here. Let's refresh. So now we have for instance, we still have the same thing. We can recall, we can clear, and then we can replace. Okay, this works. So now in the case of a minus, if we do the same thing, we can always replace. And then let's clear this and clear this. No, this is not what we want to do. Okay, 600. No, minus 600, 6,000. Then we clear this. No, clear. We missed out a code in the CE button. We're supposed to clear everything. We don't want it to be clearing one by one. That was the instruction we passed. So we don't want that to be clearing one by one. So we need to update something. Let's click again. So here we have 353 triggering. Instead of okay, let's go to 353 and update. Now we are in the part where we need to debug issues that we may be having in our code. So 353, the condition here says if either target is CE and this minus this, or either target is CE and expression as value includes this. So this condition was met. and in such case we are adding what we have. Expression.value is we are adding what we have in the first index plus, okay, we made a mistake here. This should have been hard coding of the negative sign, and this should be not an optional minus but a minus. Alright, let's save and go back to our code and see. So we have a 23 plus 600. Then we have a memory recall we can clear. Okay, we can now clear this. We can replace this with a minus, and we have a 600 memory recall works. We can clear this as well. Then we have a times. We can replace this. Then we have memory recall. We can clear this as well, and then replace with a divide. Then we have maybe whatever, and then we can clear this as well. So that's now working correctly. So let's now move over to the next aspect of our memory button. So now let's check a scenario where we have a negative sign in front of that previous regular expression we did. What I mean is we have something like this, a negative sign and another negative sign. Multiple negative signs. Definitely we know the index of would always match the first, look for the first negative sign and use it to address our issue, or use it to do the arithmetic operation instead of the second negative sign, which we have been encountering before. So how do we get this issue resolved? Let's go back to our code now. So what we need to do now is just to copy these two lines of codes and then bring it up here. And in this case now we want to hard code a negative sign in front of this, and at the same time hard code a negative sign in front of this, and then we create another variable as we did before. Let's call this subval, and subval is going to be nothing else other than expression.value dot substring from the first index to expression.value dot length, and then we'll copy this value and replace sub value on everywhere that we have expression.value here. We replace all the expression.value to sub value. We do the same here. We do the same here. We do the same here. And then of course we'll bring our sub value as well, variable, and we'll paste it down here. And then we can save. Okay, now let's refresh. So now when we have a negative value and a multiple negative value, and we have our 600 for instance, I will click a memory recall. Okay, it's taking off the negative value. Okay, no, we need to add the index 0. We need to add, we didn't do that. We need to concatenate with expression.value at index 0. Then let's copy this and also paste over here. Then of course we concatenate. Let's save this. So we'll come up here and we'll refresh. If we have a -2 minus anything, we can still clear off. No, that's not giving us what we want. Okay, let's go back and inspect. We need to update also where that is occurring. Okay, here we had a 600 and we click the memory recall. So let's go to console. 417, we'll go to line 417 and see line 417. So here in line 417 we are looking at this, and expression.value and either target or test content is 0. Okay, let me see again. 417. Let me click the clear. Sorry, that's not 417. 363. 363. 363. Okay, just right here. Alright, in this case we have it a target test content is C, and then hard coding of this or is CE, this 0. Okay, this should be index of the minus, and not index of C of the open bracket. So let's save this as C. So if we have a -2 minus, let's say a 600, and we click this, that clears it off. Okay, no, we don't want to have that way. This 363. Let's go back again. We want to make sure that our sign is also included. So this is definitely gonna be alright. Let's save and see. Refresh this, and then we have -2 minus a 600 or 6,000. Then we clear this. Okay, good. That's what we want to see. So we can now as well replace button. It's not working as it ought to work. Okay, let's go to 515 and see what we need to update. Okay, so I think we also need to add the condition where we have a negative sign. A negative sign in front of the arithmetic operation here, and that's a negative sign. And then this as well, negative. That's a special case. So in this case, what we want to do is to add a sub value as well. And that sub value is also going to be expression.value. Dot substring from 1 to expression dot value dot length. And then in this case we'll copy this and replace that here, and then here, and then here as well. And of course, we'll concatenate expression dot value at the index of 0 with that expression dot value, which is the negative sign. So with that, we can now go back and see what we have. If we say we have a -2 minus, let's call this a 6,000. We clear that off. Okay, we can have that. Then replace button can work accordingly. It can work correctly whenever that condition is met. And if we have any other thing here, we can clear. Whoa, we have an issue there. 368 is clearing everything off. 368. Let's take a look at 368. Okay, here we should have copied our optional minus here. Should have been the same as what we have here. Let's just paste this up here. This should have been the same, only that this will be minus. And we'll take away the optional minus. And this will be the index of the minus. Okay, then we also change this to an open bracket. And then let's save this and come back and see. So if we have a minus 600 or 6,000, we can clear. Okay, if we have a plus 3,000 or whatever, we can clear. Then if we have any other value, we can replace and we can clear. And then we can continue replacement. Okay, so that's it for that. Now we move to the other aspect of the memory button. Finally, in this code, we need to write the code for memory cancel, which is the MC button. For this button, once we click it, we want everything that we have stored in memory to be deleted. How do we get this done? We come here right now and we create, of course, another E block. And of course, this becomes an else if. Then our condition definitely will be if either target or text content equals to MC. Let's just copy that and paste here, then change the R to C, capital C. Then the only thing we want here is just local storage dot remove item. The first one we stored was stored value. Sorry, stored value. Then the other item we stored was memory. So with this, we've come to the end of this code. We only have to go through our program again to see if there are errors using the console.log check that we developed before. Now let me copy that and paste on all the areas or all the blocks that we have not pasted it, so that when we start checking our code for any form of error, for us to correct them, every line of code or every block of code would be checked or would be seen in our console, JavaScript console. Let me do this quickly. All right, let me save this and let's test our MC button if it's working appropriately. Let's refresh. Previously, we had a 23 in the memory. So let's close this and then click the memory cancel. Then when we click memory recall, wow, it's not yet working. Let's click the memory cancel, click memory recall. Okay, it's not yet working. I think there is a mistake somewhere. Okay, this should be stored capital V, stored value. All right, let's save and then try it again. All right, now let's refresh and try the MC button if it's working effectively. We'll click the MC button and we'll click memory recall. Okay, it's working effectively. But right now, the memory recall is not showing anything here because nothing is in the memory. But now we need to pass an instruction to the first code we wrote in memory recall to tell it that if it's a null, that's if everything has been deleted, 0 should still remain here. So we'll go back to our code on memory recall, the first one, and that should be this. Okay, that should be this. All right, now we're just going to add an or 0 here. Same with this 0. So let's now save this and see. We'll come back here and we'll click refresh and we'll click memory recall. We are going to always have 0 when there is nothing in the memory. So now we can add a negative number to the memory and try our negative number correction or replacement that we did before. Let's say we have a 23 plus 65. We've added minus 2 to the memory. So if you click a memory recall, that's working effectively. It clears that off and updates it with what we have in the memory. So now let's go through every aspect of the code for any form of error and debug them one by one. The first thing we want to look at is how all the buttons operate in idle state. What I mean is at this point where we have 0, 0, let's just run through all the buttons and see if they are working optimally as they ought to work in idle state. So the first is M+. Of course, M+ is just to add something to the memory. We are not going to click that because if we do, it's just going to add this 0 to memory. So we don't want that to happen. M-, we've just finished working on M- and it's working efficiently. Then memory recall, we already had a -2 in our memory, which is working effectively. Memory cancel, we don't want to click that because it's going to clear off what we have here in the memory. Then the plus button. Oh, as you can see right now, we are not supposed to see a plus button when we click the plus. So we need to work on that. And that's triggering on line 547. Let's quickly go to line 547 and see what we need to edit. If probably we did not write the code for idle states for all those all those arithmetic operations button. That should be 547 if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, 547. And here we have our 547. Okay, so this one is triggering in the plus any of the arithmetic operations button that are clicked. This is the code that is triggering, which is the same code for adding numbers. So we are going to go up here, and then since we don't have a code already for that operation written before, we are not going to add it to our operation, and it's simply just going to be if the input value.value is 0 and the expression.value.value is 0, and we are clicking we are clicking any of the operations button. We don't want anything to happen. We just want it to be idle. So let's do that from here. We can just copy everything we have here. Let's copy it up to this point. And then I don't think I copied that correctly. Okay, then come here and paste all we've copied. Okay, that has been pasted. Then let's just say if e.target equals to all this, let's clear this off. If it's equal to these, or this, and then if expression.value equals to 0, and input value.value equals to 0. If these two conditions are met, and then at the same time either target equals to this or this or this or this, we don't want to see anything occur. This is the level we're supposed to have added that before. We never did that. So let's save this and then go back to our code. Let's refresh and then let's click this. Good. So that has been solved. If we click any of these buttons in idle state, nothing happens. So the equals to button in idle state, okay, it's just gonna say answer equals to, which is okay. Let's clear that. The percent button at idle state is not doing anything. The clear arrow button at idle state is not doing anything. The C button at idle state is not doing anything. The dot button at idle state is doing what it ought to do. It's adding a dot after the 0 when it's at idle state. And then I think that's all. Then the 0 button at idle state does nothing. The plus and minus button at idle state does nothing. And every other number does what they are expected to do as we have written in the code. Now let's start doing some arithmetic operations with what we have done so far to test what we have. We start with performing addition, subtraction, division, multiplication of whole numbers. Whole numbers are numbers that don't have decimals. We can add any whole number like this, and then we have our result, or we can continue the addition this way, and we still have our result. We can also subtract whole numbers, any form of whole numbers, and we have our result. Or we can multiply any form of whole numbers, and we have our results. Or we can divide any form of whole numbers with themselves, and we still have our result. And that's working effectively. Then the next thing we need to check is addition, subtraction, division, and multiplication of decimal numbers. Let's say we have 123.8765 plus 128.08. We still have our result. Or want to subtract any form of decimal number or negative of that, we still have a result. Or want to multiply any form of decimal number, we still have a result. Or want to divide any form of decimal number, we still have our result. That's working effectively. Okay, let's go through our percentages. Let's say we want to take a percentage of what we have here. Is working efficiently. We can clear this and then look at 23% plus 56%. We still have our result. I think that's all about percentages. Okay, I think we can now have, maybe we have a 25 plus, we have a 6 negative of this, and we have a percent. All right, and this working effectively, we still have our result. And now let's take a look at the CE button. Okay, let's say we have all these numbers up here, and we click our CE, it clears off everything. Or we have a 56 plus a 23,500, and we click the CE, it clears that up. Or we have 50 or 85, or let's say 850, and we have a negative of that, and we clear that up. Oh, that's where we have an issue. We need to work on that, and that's 379. That's running at 379. Let's quickly go to 379 and see what we did not get correctly there and update. Line 379. Okay, here we have 379. Our instruction is saying if either target text content is C and minus D plus minus D. Okay, is that a minus? Let's check what we have here. Rather, we're having a plus. We just need to delete all this line. We need to clear off all this line and give a simple instruction, a more simple instruction here. And we're just going to say either target.text content is equal to CE and expression.values includes this. And then this is going to be index of, we are clearing from the index of the open parenthesis, not +1 this time. We are not trying to add the parenthesis to it. And then I think there is no other thing to add here. I think there is no other thing to add here. Okay, let's save this, come over up and refresh. Okay, now if we have, let's say 23 plus 85000, and we have it as a negative value, we can bring it up or remove it. Then when we click the C, it clears that off, and we can decide to update accordingly, and we still have our result. We can also say, let's say 56 minus 68 minus, and we can clear that off. We can say 89. we have the minus of that, then we can also update that, and we still have our result. That's working effectively. The CE button is working effectively, and if we click the CE button when it's an answer, it clears off everything. And then that's all it is about that. Our memory recall. Okay, we've cancelled what's in the memory. Let's add something else to the memory. Let's add a -20 this time. Let's close this and click our memory recall. Okay, we already had something there. Let's cancel, and then let's add -20. This time, close, recall. Now we have -20. If we want to perform arithmetic operation, let's say 28 times 98 or 985, I want to replace that with what we have in the memory recall. We can click this and it clears that off, and we still have our result. We may also decide to continue arithmetic operations by clicking the plus, minus, times, or divide button instead of clicking the equals to button. What I mean is we can just say plus 30. Once we click any of them, it continues the arithmetic operation. We can also do a replacement of the button of the arithmetic sign and then continue our arithmetic operation. Thank you so much for watching my video. Please like and subscribe to my channel for more exciting videos.